morning and released for the day as high levels of water brought services to the Medivus says we should be braced for more of this. Forget summer, they see it's going to...
But the evidence in the record now is becoming clearer and clearer.
No longer assume the temperature of the world is stable.
Более 70 лет, но все еще загрязненность воздуха остается.
Average American, that carbon footprint is about 16 tons of carbon emissions.
What about COP26? What is COP?
The potential threats to the surrounding natural environment breaking see the ocean becoming the UN is calling the world's first climate change famine.
記録的な暑さだとか、あと危険な毎日、記録的な暑さだとか。
Scientists are correct in their fears.
A sure sign of climate change.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
No, that's because the more we take, the less there is for future generations.
On our warming planet, there are reasons for hope.
We need to have the courage to try.
Lots more jobs created in the green economy.
Climate change is not the problem. Climate change is the expression of the problem.
The renewable energy technologies to fundamentally transform the energy system are at our disposal.
So how do we begin the process of reversing global warming?
Oh my God.
We need innovation, and this kind of innovation.
I'm really glad people are starting to buy electric cars and
launched the largest tree plantation campaign.
It is now cheaper to build offshore wind farms.
To develop a climate-altering
By
crop.
continually reinvesting in our grasslands, we are looking down
It's a critical moment that we cannot not be part of.
enormous opportunity in agriculture.
We can become stubborn optimists.
26 is one of the most important diplomatic gatherings in
But humanity already knows what to do.
Can't do it overnight, but we can set that end date.
We've got a long way to go.
But there is momentum.
Roll up your sleeves and do it.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدة الأمينة التنفيذية، الحضور الكرام، يشرفني باسم دولة الإمارات قيادة وحكومة وشعبا أن أعرب عن تقديرنا العميق للثقة الكبيرة باختيار بلاد الإمارات العربية المتحدة لاستضافة الدورة 28 من مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ COP 28 في عام 2023. كما أهنئ جمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة على تأكيد استضافتها لدورة كوب 27 في العام القادم. وكذلك أود أن أهنئ السيد الرئيس والمملكة المتحدة على نجاحها في تنظيم واستضافة المؤتمر هذا العام. إن دولة الإمارات تنظر إلى هذه الثقة كمسؤولية كبيرة، خاصة وأن دورة عام 2023 هي محطة رئيسية ومهمة بعد اتفاق باريس لتقييم مدى التقدم في تنفيذ مستهدفات الدول وتعزيز الطموح العالمي ودفع العمل المناخي. وسنواصل العمل خلال الاستضافة على ما حققته المؤتمرات السابقة لضمان استمرارية التقدم، مستنيرين برؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة والتي تركز دائما على مد جسور التعاون والتواصل والشراكة واتباع نهج إيجابي ومنفتح وشامل. وتماشيا مع هذا النهج المتكامل، ولأننا نؤمن بأن تضافر الجهود هو السبيل الأمثل والأفضل لتحقيق التقدم، يسرنا الترحيب بالجميع، الدول المتقدمة والدول النامية والقطاعين الحكومي والخاص وجيل الشباب، لنركز معا على إيجاد حلول عملية وواقعية ونتائج ملموسة. وسيكون هدفنا مواصلة العمل على توحيد الجهود والتنسيق ورفع سقف الطموح والتركيز على خفض الانبعاثات وضمان التنمية الحقيقية المستدامة، وليس على خفض معدلات النمو والتقدم. السيد الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، نشكركم جميعا على هذه الثقة وعلى جهودكم خلال هذا المؤتمر الهام، ونتطلع إلى استضافتكم في عام 2023 في دولة الإمارات لنجعل من العمل المناخي فرصة للنمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي المستدام. شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس، وشكرا للجميع على هذه الثقة.
Hello, my name is Noura Al-Blouchi and I'm an assistant scientist in the terrestrial and marine biodiversity sector of the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, better known as EAD. We are the main environmental body for the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi. We work towards sustainable development and the conservation of the environment. We are also responsible for the conservation of biodiversity, a very important strategic priority of ours. After decades of successful work and a plethora of significant initiatives, we won the Outstanding Contribution to Biodiversity Global 2020 Award by Capital Finance International. I'd like to shed some light on 3 very important biodiversity projects that we have pioneered at EAD. The first one is the reintroduction of the scimitar horned oryx, or the SHO, into Chad. The reintroduction of the extinct in the wild SHO has been described by many as the world's most ambitious large mammal reintroduction program. The project was created after the species was declared extinct in the wild by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature in the year 2000. In 2018, the Sahelian plains of Chad welcomed 40 new calves, increasing the total herd to 180 animals at the time. Currently, there are approximately 400 scimitar horned oryx in the wild, thanks to the birth of over 60 new calves so far this year. There are plans in place to continue the program and relocate 50 scimitar horned oryx next year. 25 animals in November 2021 and a further 25 in 2022. Another region-first project launched this year is our Coral Reef Rehabilitation Project, the largest initiative of its kind in the GCC. Through a dedicated restoration program in Abu Dhabi, we'll grow approximately 100 million pieces of coral reef, with the aim of restoring and increasing total coral reef area. The program will focus on the reefs that are most adaptive and can live and withstand higher temperatures and salinity. Through this program, nurseries for corals will be developed to reduce the negative impact of the natural pressures to which they are subjected, namely climate change and high temperatures on the seafloor. These nurseries will increase the total coral reef area and rehabilitate affected areas. We will harvest small fragments of the various coral species in the Emirates waters, relocate them to the nursery and nurture their growth until they can be retransferred back to the damaged reefs for establishment. The final project I'd like to highlight is one scheduled to launch next year, the Abu Dhabi Plant Genetic Resources Center, also known as the Gene Bank. This project aims to ensure the long-term conservation and sustainable use of UAE plant biodiversity for current and future uses, as well as research to contribute to preservation. We will document through Herbarium Forum Abu Dhabi and the UAE's flora and its diversity. The project will also involve the conservation of UAE native flora and its genetic diversity in different forms, ensuring future longevity. Its storage capacity can reach up to 2,000 samples. Along with the new National Herbarium, a new 3D digital herbarium will be established, the first of its kind in the country and the region, one of few such examples worldwide. All these projects are examples of the work we do at EAD, and I invite you all to come to Abu Dhabi and experience our biodiversity and nature. One of our main focuses at EAD is research. We recognize the need for interdisciplinary research for addressing the environmental issues facing the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. In fact, EAD has a mandate that embraces research as a critical input to support the development of science-based environmental management and regulation. As research is so important to us, we are currently in the process of developing the Middle East's most advanced marine research vessel. The 50-meter, state-of-the-art, multi-purpose conservation and fisheries vessel will use environmentally friendly technologies to conduct specialized research in the Arabian Gulf as a part of the UAE's innovative scientific initiatives. This vessel will also help us to continue research on fisheries, as well as the wider marine ecosystem and biodiversity to maintain the momentum of the significant work we have done so far. It'll also allow us to pioneer oceanographic and fisheries research in the largely unstudied deeper waters of the UAE, starting at depths of 10 meters. The ship will be designed and built for the conditions of the region and the Arabian Gulf, which is shallow and contains high levels of salinity. Furthermore, the vessel hosts 5 laboratories and supports university education and research. Once our vessel is operational and functional, we look forward to sharing our research and scientific studies and all successful related initiatives. We know that this research vessel will inevitably be a game changer and a value-added tool for our work on fisheries management and the conservation of marine life, as well as a great precedent for research to be conducted by EAD in the future. These are just some of our projects that aim to protect and conserve Abu Dhabi's environment.
We in the UAE have taken many steps towards our energy transition, towards our food systems transformation, and ultimately it is all under the umbrella of the Net Zero by 2050 strategic initiative. Yes, we don't have the typical Amazon forests, but we have mangrove forests. So this is our type of forests, and these act as carbon sinks. So for us, being part of this declaration, we're also taking our responsibility to actually grow mangrove swamps. We've declared now through our NDCs that we'll be planting 30 million mangroves by 2030 as part of our pledge forward to as a nature-based solution. The UAE is taking an active role on the biodiversity efforts because we understand that it goes hand in hand. If you don't partner with nature, you're not going to get very far.
Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you spend the next 2 weeks debating, negotiating, persuading, and compromising, as you surely must, it's easy to forget that ultimately the air hunted. And so too did global temperatures. It was a brutal and unpredictable world. At times, our ancestors existed only in tiny numbers. But just over 10,000 years ago, that number suddenly stabilized, and with it, Earth's climate. We found ourselves in an unusually benign period, with predictable seasons and reliable weather. For the first time, Civilization was possible, and we wasted no time in taking advantage of that. Everything we've achieved in the last 10,000 years was enabled by the stability during this time. The global temperature has not wavered over this period by more than plus or minus 1 degree Celsius. Until now. Our burning of fossil fuels, our destruction of nature, our approach to industry, construction and learning are releasing carbon into the atmosphere at an unprecedented pace and scale. We are already in trouble. The stability we all depend on is breaking. This story is one of inequality as well as instability. Today, those who've done the least to cause this problem are being the hardest hit. Ultimately, all of us will feel the impact, some of which are now unavoidable.
My world is melting.
You think you have control, we actually have no control.
I'm absolutely terrified to bring a child to this world.
Is this how our story is due to end? A tale of the smartest species doomed by that all-too-human characteristic of failing to see the bigger picture in pursuit of short-term goals. Perhaps the fact that the people most affected by climate change are no longer some imagined future generation, but young people alive today. Perhaps that will give us the impetus we need to rewrite our story, to turn this tragedy into a triumph. We are, after all, the greatest problem solvers to have ever existed on Earth. We now understand this problem. We know how to stop the number rising and put it in reverse. We must recapture billions of tons of carbon from the air. We must fix our sights on keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. A new industrial revolution, powered by millions of sustainable innovations, is essential and is indeed already beginning. We will all share in the benefits. Affordable clean energy, healthy air, and enough food to sustain us all. Nature is a key ally. Wherever we restore the wild, it will recapture carbon and help us bring back balance to our planet. And as we work to build a better world, we must acknowledge no nation has completed its development because no advanced nation is yet sustainable. All have a journey still to compete, so that all nations have a good standard of living and a modest footprint. We're going to have to learn together how to achieve this, ensuring none are left behind. We must use this opportunity to create a more equal world, and our motivation should not be fear, but hope.
Can we fix climate problem in one generation? My answer would be yes, we have to.
We need to not just to talk about what we can do, but to do what we can.
This is a challenge that we should try to solve in a quick way with a long-term vision.
It comes down to this. The people alive now, the generation to come, will look at this conference and consider one thing. Did that number stop rising and start to drop as a result of commitments made here? There's every reason to believe that the answer can be yes. If working apart, We are a force powerful enough to destabilize our planet. Surely, working together, we are powerful enough to save it. In my lifetime, I've witnessed a terrible decline. In yours, you could and should witness a wonderful recovery. That desperate hope, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, excellency, is why the world is looking to you and why you are here. Thank you.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدة الأمينة التنفيذية، الحضور الكرام، يشرفني باسم دولة الإمارات قيادة وحكومة وشعبا أن أعرب عن تقديرنا العميق للثقة الكبيرة باختيار بلادي الإمارات العربية المتحدة لاستضافة الدورة 28 من مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ COP 28 في عام 2023. كما أهنئ جمهورية مصر العربية الشقيقة على تأكيد استضافتها لدورة COP 27 في العام القادم، وكذلك أود أن أهنئ السيد الرئيس والمملكة المتحدة على نجاحها في تنظيم واستضافة المؤتمر هذا العام. إن دولة الإمارات تنظر إلى هذه الثقة كمسؤولية كبيرة، خاصة وأن دورة عام 2023 هي محطة رئيسية ومهمة بعد اتفاق باريس لتقييم مدى التقدم في تنفيذ مستهدفات الدول وتعزيز الطموح العالمي ودفع العمل المناخي. وسنواصل العمل خلال الاستضافة على ما حققته المؤتمرات السابقة لضمان استمرارية التقدم، مستنيرين برؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة والتي تركز دائما على مد جسور التعاون والتواصل والشراكة واتباع نهج إيجابي ومنفتح وشامل. وتماشيا مع هذا النهج المتكامل، ولأننا نؤمن بأن تضافر الجهود هو السبيل الأمثل والأفضل لتحقيق التقدم، يسرنا الترحيب بالجميع، الدول المتقدمة والدول النامية والقطاعين الحكومي والخاص وجيل الشباب، لنركز معا على إيجاد حلول عملية وواقعية ونتائج ملموسة. وسيكون هدفنا مواصلة العمل على توحيد الجهود والتنسيق ورفع سقف الطموح والتركيز على خفض الانبعاثات وضمان التنمية الحقيقية المستدامة، وليس على خفض معدلات النمو والتقدم. السيد الرئيس، الحضور الكرام، نشكركم جميعا على هذه الثقة وعلى جهودكم خلال هذا المؤتمر الهام، ونتطلع إلى استضافتكم في عام 2023 في دولة الإمارات لنجعل من العمل المناخي فرصة للنمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي المستدام. شكرا لكم سيد الرئيس، وشكرا للجميع على هذه الثقة.
Your Excellencies, Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group, members, partners and friends. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Huda Al-Hawqani, Director of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group, and I would like to wish everyone a warm welcome to the 7th Annual Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum and Awards 2021. Thank you to our returning guests for joining us once again this year. And to those of you joining us for the first time, I'm delighted to welcome you, and I hope the program over the next 2 days will be as enjoyable as it's enlightening. As you are aware, this year's Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum and Awards are taking a virtual format for the continued safety of everyone involved. While we would love to see you in person, we are also excited to engage with an even larger international audience. By now, the necessity of digital gathering is no doubt familiar to you all and has its benefits to the environment as well. This example of adaptation also segues nicely into the theme of 2021 Forum, Transitioning to the Future Today. Sustainability took a leap forward in 2019 following the global outbreak of COVID-19. As we return to a post-pandemic world, the urgent need for transformational change on a global scale is undeniable. In the UAE and around the world, the public, businesses, and in particular investors are increasingly prioritizing sustainability and demanding detailed environmental, social, and governance information. Investors are also demanding more transparency and action on climate-related risks. The Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group Leadership Forum has been created to help support this momentum for the transition to a sustainable future today. This year's forum and awards is a special occasion. We are privileged to host the forum hot off the heels of COP26 and to be able to welcome a wonderful group of speakers and moderators who can share with us insights directly from the summit. We also have the pleasure of launching the 2 important publications today that my colleague and partners are very proud of: the ADSG Strategy 21-25 and the Circle of Practice Case Studies Report in partnership with Accounting for Sustainability project. I would like to take this moment to direct your attention to the phenomenal work of others, which we will be celebrating very shortly when we announce the winners of 2021 awards. Despite the pandemic, the caliber of application this year was as high as ever and truly inspiring of hope. Thank you to all who applied, and many thanks to our esteemed expert panel of judges, Dr. Jenny Davison from Newcastle University Business School, Mercedes Villa Monserrat from Abu Dhabi Global Market, Ibrahim Az-Zuabi from Majid Al Fatim Holding and the World Green Building Council, Abdel Latif Al Beitawi from the Energy Institute, and Piotr Konopka from DB World and the Energy Institute, Middle East. Finally, I would like to extend a special thanks to our supporter, the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, and our partners, the lead sponsor, Dolphin Energy, and Etihad Airways, whose continued leadership, support, and collaboration has made delivering this forum possible since its inception in 2015. As 2021 comes to a close, marking an important milestone in the history of our nation, the UAE Golden Jubilee Year, I hope what we build here together will outlast us all and become a catalyst for empathy, change, and innovation in the next 50 years of the pursuit of sustainability. We are, after all, planning our transition to the future today. Without further ado, I now have the honor of handing you over to Her Excellency Dr. Sheikha Salim Al-Dhahiri, Secretary General, Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, who will be delivering today's opening keynote address. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning. Thank you, Huda. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our Sustainable Business Leadership Forum 2021. It is unfortunate that we are still meeting virtually, although we are making rapid transition to return to pre-COVID normalcy. This year's theme, Transitioning to the Future Today, is not only relevant but critically important as we begin a decade of action. The natural world of which we are an intrinsic part is complex and consists of immensely diverse and interconnected ecosystems. Together, these systems combine to create the biodiversity which sustains life on our planet. The natural world is also the backbone of human growth and prosperity, and a priceless resource for inventions and innovations. Unfortunately, we have continued to disregard goods and services provided by nature and continue to over-exploit and abuse it with utter disdain. We are in crisis, a crisis which is threatening our own existence. We are besieged with crises one after another, from COVID to biodiversity loss crisis and climate crisis. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, carbon levels in the atmosphere have not been this high in over 2 million years. We are staring at the sixth mass extinction if we fail to control carbon emissions. For many years, the UAE has been striving to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to support global efforts in climate action. The UAE has also committed to financing clean energy projects, including Masdar, the Baraka nuclear energy plant, and solar energy parks, as well as supporting the push towards agri-tech to reduce water and land use. I take a lot of pride in my country's pledge to reduce carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. It is a huge commitment given that the UAE is largely a hydrocarbon-based economy. It highlights the desire of the leadership to further diversify UAE's economy, as I quote His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid while announcing the Net Zero Initiative. We are committed to seize the opportunity to cement our leadership on climate change within our region and take this key economic opportunity to drive development, growth, and new jobs as we pivot our economy and nation to net zero. We have very conveniently picked and added ecosystem to define financial, digital, and other ecosystems. However, we seem to have forgotten the importance of integrity of ecological systems. It is time finance and other systems are in sync with the ecological systems. The next 50 years will need radical change in our thinking as well as actions on the ground. We must ask ourselves as how can we protect and restore ecosystems for the next 50 years? How can we create a future that is economically viable, environmentally friendly, and socially just? Good governance is the glue that will bind together sustainable social, economic, and environmental development. All this against a backdrop of world that is preparing for post-pandemic recovery and challenged by global economic setbacks. Despite these setbacks, we have great opportunities ahead. We now have the chance to facilitate new growth opportunities related to green technologies and digitalization, reducing inequality and ensuring sustainable financing and investment. To achieve enduring change, companies must integrate sustainability governance and to operate sustainably with a clear goal for our future, reaching net zero by 2050. I recently returned from the COP26 in Glasgow, and I must say it has been quite an extraordinary 10 days. Extraordinary to see global leaders come together to save the planet. Extraordinary to see them make commitments to end deforestation, phase out coal, and other pledges made for energy transitions. It's time to act on these pledges. UAE has already announced its ambitions to save the planet as it celebrates its Golden Jubilee and embarks on another extraordinary journey, a journey into the next 50 years, the next 100, and well beyond. I'm inviting you to be part of the solution. Individuals, communities, companies, and governments are working together to mitigate the very real risks we pose to the future of our planet. Individuals, communities, companies, and governments are working together to mitigate the very real risks we pose to the future of our planet. That is the future that I envision. We need to accelerate our work to bring the transition to the future today. You too have the power to make changes and to support climate change action by taking these issues on an individual level. Take the fight to your homes. What you buy and how much you consume matters. Demand and purchases sustainable products. Reduce your consumption and reuse what you already have. Make the right choices. Collectively, we can reshape today and create a better tomorrow. The Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum provides an opportunity to further deliberate on these choices besides networking. As we celebrate the winners of this year's Sustainability Award, I would like to announce a new award, the Net Zero Champions Award, for next year onward, for the companies which has achieved most towards being net zero. I would like to thank the sponsors for today's event, our lead sponsor, Dolphin Energy, and our Etihad Airways for their continued commitment towards this flagship ADSG event. Once again, I thank you all for taking time to join us for contributing to our collective sustainable efforts and for choosing to be part of the solution. May I now invite our forum's lead sponsor, His Excellency Ubaid Abdullah Al-Dhahri, CEO of Dolphin Energy, for his welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be with you today and for the chance to say a few words about this important event. The theme of this year's forum, Transitioning to the Future, today, places firm emphasis on the need for immediate action. Energy transition and decarbonization are gathering pace, and the UAE is driving efforts to deliver meaningful change and long-term sustainable development. Building on a long track record of action, the UAE became the first country in this region to pledge net zero by 2050 and committed to spending around $165 billion in clean energy to reach that target. In addition, the UAE's National Climate Change Plan demonstrates that a clear strategy is in place. But now it is up to us all to take the challenge and support that vision. As the main sector driving economic growth, the oil and gas industry will be a key contributor. At Dolphin Energy, we have adopted a strategy that focuses on increasing energy efficiency throughout our operations. We are increasing our use of renewable energy sources, particularly on-site solar power generation, and fine-tuning our operations to safely reduce gas flaring and venting. We are also seeking ways to reduce other air emissions from our operations and produce cleaner fuel for our customers. I believe we can achieve some major milestones on the path toward a more climate-safe future by investing in effective and innovative projects to help decarbonize our operations through continuous monitoring and transparent reporting on our progress and meaningful collaboration with government and the community. But we must not forget that hand in hand with stemming the effects of climate change is the need to protect all ecosystems and the planet's biodiversity. At Dolphin Energy, we are supporting projects that protect biodiversity in our operating locations, actively working on eliminating or managing accidental spills from our operations, and reducing our waste footprint. Our conduct and the conduct of our other founding members of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group can be used as an example for others to follow. For those yet to do so, private sector companies can take important and essential steps such as integrating sustainability into their respective governance and decision-making processes. This year, Dolphin Energy was proud to publish its 12th annual sustainability report. Our sustainability framework and our sustainability strategy are closely linked to our business strategy. It is guiding us toward achieving our vision and mission. Doing so has built an internal culture of sustainability within our company and ensured that all our employees act upon a shared appreciation of balancing the economic, environmental, and social impacts of the company's operations. While I'm proud of our individual effort and strong track record in achieving a sustainable future, collaboration between the private sector and government remains essential to achieving sustainability targets across all industries. As the UAE National Climate Change Plan says, it is in the best interest of the private sector to tackle climate change as the expected impacts may affect their bottom line. Businesses can be a source of innovation in addressing sustainability challenges, and they have huge potential to provide the necessary resources to advance the diversification agenda. A common purpose is critical if we are going to be successful, which is why the government has a short and long-term plan to drive private-public partnership involving large corporations and SMEs. And it is why the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Business Leadership Forum is so important. By convening thought leaders and experts for this event, and by promoting dialogue and discussion, my hope is that we develop new innovative ways to collaborate with all stakeholders toward the common goal. The challenges facing the planet are difficult. The threat is real, but the answers are there. Thank you very much.
Hello to everyone from a small village called Midhurst in the United Kingdom. To Her Excellency Dr. Shaikh Salam Al Dahajand, to the leadership team from Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group, who kindly invited me here to share some thoughts about the future with you, and to all of you sustainability leaders from across the Emirate, who have for so long been working towards and fighting for sustainability as a key pillar of our future. I'm delighted to be with you for the next hour. We're at the brink of a crucial moment in time, a moment in time where we must take decisions and act collectively. It's a time to make decisions not just for the next 50 years of Abu Dhabi, but for the next 100 years and beyond, and not just for today, but for our children and for future generations. It's a time to have conversations about our relationship with nature, our relationships with each other, and our relationship and responsibility to those future generations. We talk about sustainability as governance, environment, and social impact. But what it's really all about is life, the way in which life works, the way in which life thrives, the way in which life will continue. I know I don't need to tell you what's at stake over the next 50 years. All you need to do is watch the news, increasing wildfires, increasing extreme weather, more floods and more dangerous floods than ever before all the way around the world. Across the world, fertile soils are depleting and deforestation continues, even despite the most recent pledges made at COP26. Like the beautiful mangroves that can be found on the outskirts of Abu Dhabi, today we humans are also on the edge, between two worlds. The world defined by human intelligence that has given so much to us in the advancement of our species since we harnessed the scientific and industrial revolutions, putting the world's natural resources to work for us. And the future world, the world that as we know it now, is threatened by that very progress, threatened by the very intelligence that welled up in our species in parallel with the energy that flowed through the pipelines, the channels of our modern world. What will define the future for us? What kinds of intelligence do we need to call upon to shape that future? One which creates the conditions conducive to life, all life, not just our own. There's an intelligence we've missed, an intelligence we've forgotten in pursuit of artificial intelligence to match and outstrip our own. We've forgotten an intelligence that's had over 3.8 billion years of practice in an R&D lab that's bigger than any we could possibly design or create. It's the intelligence of nature herself, 3.8 billion years of evolution, innovation, iteration, testing, to refine the ways in which to change according to the emerging context. 3.8 billion years of adaptation, increasing the ability to manage complexity year by year, decade by decade, millennia by millennia, to ensure that life goes on. Life and nature herself are brilliant at creating the conditions conducive to life. So, what might we learn from how life actually works and nature's teachings? But before we dive into lessons from life, let's take a look at what you love and value in the nature that surrounds you. As a small child, I was obsessed with animals. My family were quite poor. We lived in the south of London and we didn't have much, and my parents certainly didn't have the money to buy me a pony, which is what I asked for every birthday, year in, year out, until I left home as a teenager to go to university. But I used to skip off school when I was young. I was a bit naughty, and take a bus up to a place called Epsom Downs where racehorses were trained. And I used to lie in the grass watching them, having conversations with the sun, which is probably why my eyesight's not so good now, and the insects that milled around in the grass. I used to lie awake at night looking up at the stars and give myself nightmares trying to work out how big is here, how far does it go? I used to dream of working with George and Joy Adamson in Kenya, caring for lions, or diving under the ocean with Jacques Cousteau. And like many people of our generations, I've traveled far and wide across the earth. And I've been privileged to see so many of nature's wonderful sights. And as I've traveled around the world, Mother Nature has taught me many deep and valuable lessons. And I didn't always learn them first time round. Sometimes it took a few knocks, but eventually I got there. A lot of those lessons were about fundamental principles of how life works. It probably wasn't until my early 50s when I started to study developmental psychology and biomimicry, when I put them all together and understood how deeply important they are to us as ways in which to design our future. I had exactly the same experience when learning to dive in the Red Sea. When we get beneath the waves and see the life and the vibrancy of a coral reef, all working together in interconnected harmony, we experience wholeness. Of course, there are individual fish, like this beautiful parrotfish. There are sharks. There are cuttlefish of amazing colors that change their shape according to the landscape. But they all come together to create a living landscape that's whole. Why is that important for us? Why is it important to understand that nature works with wholes and not parts? Well, for hundreds, if not thousands of years, certainly since the scientific revolution, we humans have been conditioned to think in parts, to separate things out, to understand them by reducing them into the smallest possible parts. We've separated ourselves from nature, thinking that humankind is more important than our connection to the vibrant living landscape. We've prioritized anthropocentrically our own growth and our own futures, delving into nature's richness and depleting it. We've also told ourselves a story of separation between humans and humans that manifests sometimes as nationalism, sometimes as racism, sometimes through gender difference or sexuality, through that process that we call othering. We've done it through economic racism, lifting to great wealth some people and impoverishing others, so that still in the 20th century, poverty rages around the world. And that story of separation between humans and nature, humans and other humans, is causing a new tidal wave of depression, suicide, and self-harm in some places of the world, where we're seeing increasing disengagement with work and a feeling of meaningless existence and more polarization and conflict. But what if the future was a story about humans playing a role as healers in this story of separation instead, particularly between us and nature? In the 1980s and 1990s, I ran a brand consultancy from London, and I was lucky enough to travel to the United States a great deal, working for brands like Levi Strauss, Nike, Timberland. This is Yosemite National Park in the central Midwest of America. And in the early 19th and 20th century, wolves abounded in this landscape. But by the 1920s and the 20th century, They had completely disappeared from the landscape, eradicated by cattlemen and ranchers who felt that they were a threat to their livelihoods. And what started to happen in the landscape was that the entire ecosystem began to collapse without the apex predator. At first, elk grew more plentifully because the apex predator had been removed. But eventually they were too numerous for the grasslands to feed them. And that started a cascade effect to smaller mammals down to insects, where there were plummeting numbers right across the ecosystem. So in around 1980, the authorities started to reintroduce the wolf to the landscape. And within 25 years, the landscape had stabilized. The ecosystem came back into balance and health. When you hear the primeval call of a wolf in the wild, you get another sense of what it means for a landscape to be whole and healthy. Recently, at COP26, the world's leaders have recognized the importance of nodal intervention in systems by stepping up and creating new protections and new regeneration programs for our key important forests all over the world. But we can also act as systems acupuncturists, finding key nodes for change in our own work. Every bold decision that we take, every time we stretch a strategy a little further to include greater and deeper protection for nature, we create a nodal opportunity for change in which the future can re-emerge in a regenerative way. So what if in the future we were bolder, finding more opportunities and more nodes where we can act for nature to create a regenerative future? In 2019, I was in both Australia and California. We're beginning to see more and more catastrophic wildfires across the planet. The wildfires in Australia during November, December, January of 2019 killed 500 million animals and insects in a devastating firestorm. In normal circumstances, fire is nature's friend. For many indigenous peoples around the world, and particularly in Australia, fire is used in small-scale rotational forest farming, where typically half-hectare plots are cut and burned and planted for a number of years before being left to regenerate. And that's because they learned from nature. One of the best examples of a pioneer species is fireweed. Fireweed's known to grow in acidic soil that is typical to burnt sites in the aftermath of forest fires. Nature values resilience and adaptability. She's always looking to the future. Rather than solving problems, she designs for future potential. Life doesn't look backwards. She doesn't lament the passing of the dinosaurs like we do. She doesn't problem solve what happened yesterday. She looks forwards. She increases in complexity minute by minute, year by year, decade by decade. She marches relentlessly forward, always creating the conditions conducive to life. That means there's always new potential to be discovered in the world, and always the potential to create the conditions conducive to life if only we could start seeing it. We humans have traveled that path ourselves. Once we lived in caves, then not too far from Abu Dhabi, in the Tigris Valley, we invented agriculture. We created more and more complex societies when we stayed in one place. We built houses, cities, beautiful mosques and cathedrals. We built sewage systems and water systems. We discovered science and accelerated our learning yet again. And now we're ready for a new leap forwards, to discover new potential. So what would be different about the future if we always chose to create the conditions conducive to life, just like nature does? In the late 1980s, I was doing a lot of work in South Africa In South Africa, there's an amazing small penguin, the African penguin. It's the only penguin that breeds on the continent. And when I was working there, it was very plentiful and abundant in numbers. That's not true today. Why? Because there are vast trawlers that operate off the coast, picking up krill and shipping it to the north of Europe and the Nordic countries to feed farmed fish for human consumption. As the krill disappear, so the penguin's food supply is lost. The sea lions that feed on the penguins don't have food, and the orcas that feed on the sea lions also don't have their food supply, and the entire ecosystem chain collapses. For most of us, we sense that there is an interconnection between everything on the planet. But when we try to visualize it, somehow it ends up like a mad plate of spaghetti in our minds. It's really important for us to understand the unintended consequences that decisions to farm fish off the coast of South Africa and ship them to the north of Europe can have on an ecosystem that is far, far away from where we're living. Nature recognizes and celebrates uniqueness. There's something which makes every place, every bird, every insect, every flower, and every human unique. No two are the same. Every rose that blooms follows the pattern of its kind. Every flower follows the pattern of its kind, but each petal is subtly different and unfolds in a different way. There is something that is irreducibly true of each of us as human beings and as living plants and animals, a core spirit that if we took it away, we'd no longer be ourselves. It's not about personality or character. It's something in our very hearts and souls that allows us to express ourselves as integrated with coherent selves that ensures even as we grow and change throughout our lifetime. At the heart of every single life form is something irreducibly unique. A samar tree on the surface is like any other samar tree, but each one branches and grows in a different pattern. Each one's roots reach down to the soil, but they're not the same in shape. The Abu Dhabi Environment Agency recognizes the uniqueness of the samar tree and has been restoring it to its habitat all over the Emirate. Each place of the world is uniquely crafted in its contours, rock, soil, and life. It calls people to it who are uniquely placed to thrive and survive in its conditions. Abu Dhabi is not Tokyo, nor New York, nor even Dubai. A land shapes its people, and its people shape the land. When we as humans are true to our own biocultural uniqueness, we allow ourselves to experience ourselves as integrated beings with coherent selves. It's what we speak of when we say we want to get back to who we truly are. So what else have I learned from Mother Nature? Let's look at some really specific innovations. In my teens, I hitched a ride with a camel train that was going across the Sinai Desert back in the 1970s. As I traveled through that incredibly arid landscape, I was really inspired by how nature manages in conditions where water is incredibly scarce. I can't tell you that my camel was the friendliest creature I have ever come across. Those of you who are familiar with camels know that they can probably be a little bit mean, and mine took a big chunk out of my leg when one morning, as a silly Englishwoman, I decided to go and say hello and give it a hug as the sun rose. But camels are amazing creatures. They have a thick insulating layer of fur that reduces the amount of moisture that's lost to desert heat, protecting them from dehydration. At the time, I was simply amazed, but now I know that scientists at MIT in the US, for example, have learned how to design a cooling system that helps store biological samples and food products dependent on refrigeration in a two-layer system which works just like a camel's fur. The inner layer is made of hydrogel, from which water can readily evaporate. similar to the camel's sweat glands, and the outer layer is an aerogel, which keeps out external heat but allows the water vapor to pass through, just like a camel's fur. Desert-inspired innovations are probably no surprise to the people of the United Arab Emirates. But it was in deserts that I learned how natural ecosystems react to low biodiversity levels by exploiting unused or poorly used resources to create increased biodiversity, like in these sand dunes. Let's hear a little bit about a project called the Sahara Forest Project. I first saw mangroves in Abu Dhabi on a stopover route en route to Australia 30 years ago. My plane had developed a fault, so I was lucky enough to have a whole unexpected day to myself. My concierge kindly organised for me to canoe around the mangrove forest that was on the outskirts of the city and still is. Mangroves are inspiring systems. They grow in regions where storms and high winds are common, and they're continually subjected to water currents and tidal forces. They grow in waterlogged and shallow silt that's continually moving, so they're unable to anchor themselves using their roots the way trees do on land. Yet mangroves slow erosion and break the power of the waves coming into land. Mangroves teach us something important about designing innovation, which we call the edge effect. There's greater diversity of life in the region where the edges to two adjacent systems overlap, such as land and water. At the edge of two overlapping systems, you can find species of both of those ecosystems. The edges of ecosystems are very important in supporting biodiversity and in the production of biomass. What does that tell you about designing for innovation in your organisation? I've been thinking a lot about community during the months where the pandemic largely deprived us of community. It's inspiring to read about the learning patterns by which animals create and sustain community. This is the Sonoran Desert, an ecosystem that we travel to when studying biomimicry southeast of Tucson near the Mexican border. It's a vital habitat that contains the only population of jaguars, for example, in the United States. And like all deserts, it would be easy to think of this place as inhospitable to life, a defensive landscape of spines and thorns and venomous creatures. True, the desert is a landscape of extremity, but strategies for survival among desert flora and fauna testify to the remarkable ability of organisms to adapt and form a biotic community to the benefit of all. The yucca flower and yucca moth have a mutualistic relationship between plant and pollinator. The agave and the nectar feeding bat have a similar relationship. Nature has 6 different ways of managing relationships, but by far the most common relationship in nature is mutualism. Here's the clownfish and anemone, they're mutual buddies. The anemone needs oxygenated water to grow and do well. The clownfish, who lives inside her tentacles, has a major waggle which helps oxygenate the water. The fish gets protection from predators through the anemone stings on the end of her tentacles that help protect him. The clownfish has a film that protects him from her sting. They have a mutually successful partnership. In business, this now looks like partnership of collaborative advantage instead of competitive advantage. Corporations all over the world are finding common cause and coming together where there is a mutual interest, like trying to find a solution to plastic pollution. Where can you find greater common cause on challenges that affect our future? In October, the United Arab Emirates announced strategic plans to become a net zero economy by 2050. A shock like the COVID pandemic is always an opportunity to reflect on who it is we are and what it is we're doing and take greater action on behalf of the planet, creating more conditions conducive to life. But also perhaps the biggest human question of all, why are we here? We talked about nature, but what about us? Us humans, after all, we're nature too. We're designed from the same matter as all life on Earth. What is ours to do as a species, and what's ours to do in this place called Abu Dhabi? I believe there's a really deep reason we are here, that we humans have a very important role to play, and we've just forgotten what it is in our quest for growth and globalization, for more, for greater, to outcompete each other. We've lost sight of our greater purpose and role here on planet Earth. One of the most destructive things we do as human beings and to ourselves and other life forms is to treat everything generically, treating everything as if it were the same everywhere. But every place is particular. The only way you can truly work on the interface between human and natural systems is in a particular place where the relationship is concrete and you have something that you can see and work on. We have to have a feel for what it's like to live here, and a place is formed through a deep relationship between people and land over thousands of years. Is it tropical? Is it desert? Is it jungle? Is it grasslands? That determines the life that's here and the humans it attracts in a particular way. So what is it that is bioculturally unique about Abu Dhabi that gives it a role and a compass and a touchstone for how we should be in the future and today, that lifts up the unique potential for Abu Dhabi to play a role in the future? What is the story of place that Abu Dhabi has lived through time that reveals not only its innate character and quality, but it could give it a role in the future of the world? Here's what you told us about how you see the story of Abu Dhabi unfolding in the future. I'd like to finish by sharing the patterns in this place called Abu Dhabi that are true for me. People were called here by the life-giving fresh water that was on the island. People were called here by the riches that were to be found under the surface of the sea, first pearls, then oil. People were called here because they know how to exist and thrive on the edges of dramatic change and live within the bounty that nature provides, and who have known how to generate wealth and innovation from that bounty. People who were called here have a humbleness and generosity of spirit, who know what it means to grow to sufficiency and then share their bounty with others so that others can grow. Just like the most beautiful of trees, people who are called here are collaborative by nature, just like nature is herself. The future of the next 50 years of Abu Dhabi is being written today. It's been the source of life-giving water. It's been the source of exponential energy to the world and to itself. In 50 years' time, what will Abu Dhabi have contributed to this place and to this place we call home? The journey starts here today. I wish you all joy in the journey and look forward to returning one day, when I know the resilience and innovation that's exemplified by the beautiful mangroves on the outskirts of Abu Dhabi will be reflected in a new era of nature-inspired innovation for the future. Thank you for allowing me to share some of the stories of my journey and share in your journey today. The next 50 years hopefully we'll see us return to balance with the natural world, appreciating her generosity and building a return to balance and a new future in mutual reciprocity with all life on Earth.
Without further ado, we will begin with the award for Best Energy Management Initiative. And the winner is ADNOC Gas Processing for their real-time optimization technology, which has reduced yearly CO2 emissions by more than 100,000 tonnes through an innovative example of successful engineering and stakeholder collaboration.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am overwhelmed with gratitude for being selected to receive the Best Energy Management Award Initiative on our project titled Paradigm Shift in Energy Management through Real-Time Optimization for Enhanced Profitability and Sustainability. We are honored to have our work and achievement
projects recognized by this prestigious jury. In ADNOC, we always seek excellence, and we thrive on raising our standards in everything we do through living our ADNOC values. This project demonstrates our commitment in reducing our carbon footprint and maximizing our value chain across the business and operations. I would like to thank our ADNOC family and our inspirational leaders for their continued support and guidance. Also, given that this project is a true team effort, I would like to thank my colleagues and everyone at ADNOC Gas Processing who helped us and enabled us to deliver this project and make it a reality. Thank you so much.
For the Best Sustainability Report Award, the winner was chosen for the clarity and comprehensiveness of their highly impressive 12th Company Sustainability Report. And the winner is Dolphin Energy.
It is a tremendous honor to receive this award once again and be recognized in this way. At Dolphin Energy, sustainability lies at the heart of everything we do. All our actions support our sustainability goals. And our report reminds us that we have a duty to maximize our performance at all times. Thank you to the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group for validating our efforts, our employees for their continued support, and all our stakeholders for helping us drive this commitment.
This year's award for Best Sustainability Communication Programme is given to an important programme that is dedicated to embedding sustainability and strengthening capacity within the next generation of leaders. And the winner is Barouge for their Sustainable Campus Initiative. For the award of Best Sustainability Initiative, the winner was chosen for a far-reaching and ambitious initiative that is delivering clean electricity to the UAE and making a significant contribution to national sustainability plans and commitments. And the winner is Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation. The award for Sustainability Manager of the Year is given to a professional whose vast policy experience is matched by their notable passion for and ability to engage others. And the winner is Winston Cowie, Marine Policy Manager at the Environment Agency, Abu Dhabi.
My name is Winston Cowie, and it's a real privilege to receive the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group Sustainability Manager of the Year Award. A real privilege and honour. I see environmental leadership as a consistent commitment to a course of action, sustainability. And I can honestly say, hand on heart, that every day I push for positive outcomes for the ocean and society on issues like climate change in Antarctica, and try to involve documentary film to facilitate policy change. It's a privilege to work at the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, the EAD family, As the Marine Policy Manager, we've got a wonderful team, a passionate group of people who are working on policy issues like fisheries, aquaculture, coastal governance, and threats to biodiversity like invasive marine species, single-use plastics, and of course climate change. We've made significant progress on these issues, but with things like climate change happening now faster than ever before, now we need to work even harder on impactful solutions. To the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group, a massive thank you for this Business Leadership Forum. It's such a wonderful learning environment for everybody. You're learning from, at every session from world experts. So thank you. And in winning this award, it's my pledge to you all to work harder than ever before on marine policy issues. Thank you, Shukran Jazilan, Forwards, and Lal Aman.
And last, but by no means least, we will announce the winner of the 7th Annual Sustainability Leader of the Year Award. This year's winner has championed sustainability across the ESG board with the implementation of a large number of initiatives that are protecting and developing natural and social capitals, both inside and outside of their organisation. And the winner is Sami Al-Angari, Vice Chairman and CEO of Al Jihaz Holding.
I am humbled and at the same time proud to receive the Sustainability Leader of the Year Award from the 7th Annual Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Awards. I see this award as a true recognition of the teamwork that every single person at Al Jihaz Holding has contributed toward in transforming our company to a future-proof organization. Our focus is to deliver sustainable and renewable energy solutions that protect the natural capital of our planet and provide much-needed services to the community we serve. Sustainable growth and development are at the heart of our business, and we are working to support the Saudi government aligned with the Vision 2030 and the World Net Zero emissions commitment.
In recognition for their endeavours and efforts towards increasing transparency and for disclosure on non-financial issues, the ADSG would now like to recognise the following member organisations for issuing sustainability reports for the year 2020. Certificates of recognition have been awarded to Emirates Palace Hotel, Dolphin Energy Limited, ADNOC Distribution, Aldar Properties, Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, Schneider Electric, Environment Agency, Abu Dhabi, First Abu Dhabi Bank, Mazda.
Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation,
Congratulations to all of the winners of the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Awards 2021 and to the ADSG members recognized this morning. As mentioned earlier, the caliber of submissions was very high this year and we are very thankful to all who entered. the imperative for action to mitigate the impact of climate change, to consider ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors, and to adapt sustainable management practices only grows with each year. And so it is a pleasure to showcase and recognize individuals and organizations who are doing this and impacting positive change as a result. I'd like also to thank Jenny Anderson for her inspiring words and for the poignant reminder to value our natural capital. These are all themes and considerations that will underpin the discussion to follow during the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum plenary sessions, the first of which will be our CEO panel, how to harness nature-based businesses, solutions, and sustainable business models for full effect. I look forward to seeing you there, and thank you for joining us this morning to celebrate the very best practices research and innovation in sustainability management within the region. It's been an inspiring start to what promises to be an very inspiring 2 days.
Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you spend the next 2 weeks debating, negotiating, persuading, and compromising, as you surely must, it's easy to forget that ultimately the emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature. And the changes in that one number is the clearest way to chart our own story, for it defines our relationship with our world. For much of humanity's ancient history, that number bounced wildly between 180 and 300. And so too did global temperatures. It was a brutal and unpredictable world. At times, our ancestors existed only in tiny numbers. But just over 10,000 years ago, that number suddenly stabilized, and with it, Earth's climate. We found ourselves in an unusually benign period, with predictable seasons and reliable weather. For the first time, civilization was possible, and we wasted no time in taking advantage of that. Everything we've achieved in the last 10,000 years was enabled by the stability during this time. The global temperature has not wavered over this period by more than plus or minus 1 degree Celsius. Until now. Our burning of fossil fuels, our destruction of nature, our approach to industry, construction and learning are releasing carbon into the atmosphere at an unprecedented pace and scale. We are already in trouble. The stability we all depend on is breaking. This story is one of inequality as well as instability. Today, those who've done the least to cause this problem are being the hardest hit. Ultimately, all of us will feel the impact, some of which are now unavoidable.
My world is melting.
You think you have control, we actually have no control. I'm absolutely terrified to bring a child to this world.
Is this how our story is due to end? A tale of the smartest species doomed by that all-too-human characteristic of failing to see the bigger picture in pursuit of short-term goals. Perhaps the fact that the people most affected by climate change are no longer some imagined future generation, but young people alive today. Perhaps that will give us the impetus we need to rewrite our story, to turn this tragedy into a triumph. We are, after all, the greatest problem solvers to have ever existed on Earth. We now understand this problem. We know how to stop the number rising and put it in reverse. We must recapture billions of tons of carbon from the air. We must fix our sights on keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. A new industrial revolution, powered by millions of sustainable innovations, is essential and is indeed already beginning. We will all share in the benefits. Affordable clean energy, healthy air, and enough food to sustain us all. Nature is a key ally. Wherever we restore the wild, it will recapture carbon and help us bring back balance to our planet. And as we work to build a better world, we must acknowledge no nation has completed its development because no advanced nation is yet sustainable. All have a journey still to compete, so that all nations have a good standard of living and a modest footprint. We're going to have to learn together how to achieve this, ensuring none are left behind. We must use this opportunity to create a more equal world, and our motivation should not be fear, but hope.
Can we fix climate problem in one generation? My answer would be yes, we have to.
We need to not just to talk about what we can do, but to do what we can.
This is a challenge that we should try to solve in a quick way with a long-term vision.
It comes down to this. The people alive now, the generation to come, will look at this conference and consider one thing. Did that number stop rising and start to drop as a result of commitments made here? There's every reason to believe that the answer can be yes. If working apart, we are a force powerful enough to destabilize our planet, surely working together, we are powerful enough to save it. In my lifetime, I've witnessed a terrible decline. In yours, you could and should witness a wonderful recovery. That desperate hope, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, excellency, is why the world is looking to you and why you are here. Thank you.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.
Major chaos this morning and delays for the day as high levels of water brought services to a Service says we should be praised for more of this. Forget summer, they say it's going to.
But the evidence in the record now is becoming clearer and clearer.
No longer assume the temperature of the world is stable.
Более 70 лет, но все еще загрязненность воздуха остается.
Average American, that carbon footprint is about 16 tons of carbon emissions.
What about COP26? What is COP?
The potential threat to the surrounding natural environment, breaking the ocean.
What the UN is calling the world's first climate change famine.
記録的な暑さだとか、あと危険な毎日、記録的な暑さだとか。
sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
No, and that's because the more we take, the less there is for future generations.
On our warming planet, there are reasons for hope.
We need to have the courage to try.
Lots more jobs created in the green economy.
Climate change is not the problem. Climate change is the expression of the problem.
The renewable energy technologies to fundamentally transform the energy system are at our disposal.
So how do we begin the process of reversing global warming?
And this kind of
I'm really glad people are starting to buy electric cars and
launched the largest tree plantation campaign.
It is now cheaper to build offshore wind farms.
To develop that climate-altering crop.
Continually reinvesting in our grassland, we are locking down
a critical moment that we cannot not be part of.
Enormous opportunity in agriculture.
We can become stubborn optimists.
26 is one of the most important diplomatic gatherings in history.
But humanity already knows what to do.
We can't do it overnight, but we can set that end date.
We've got a long way to go.
But there is momentum.
Roll up your sleeves and do it.
Hello, my name is Noura Al-Blushi and I'm an assistant scientist in the terrestrial and marine biodiversity sector of the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, better known as EAD. We are the main environmental body for the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi. We work towards sustainable development and the conservation of the environment. We are also responsible for the conservation of biodiversity, a very important strategic priority of ours. After decades of successful work and a plethora of significant initiatives, we won the Outstanding Contribution to Biodiversity Global 2020 Award by Capital Finance International. I'd like to shed some light on 3 very important biodiversity projects that we have pioneered at EAD. The first one is the reintroduction of the scimitar horned oryx, or the SHO, into Chad. The reintroduction of the extinct in the wild SHO has been described by many as the world's most ambitious large mammal reintroduction program. The project was created after the species was declared extinct in the wild by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature in the year 2000. In 2018, the Sahelian plains of Chad welcomed 40 new calves, increasing the total herd to 180 animals at the time. Currently, there are approximately 400 scimitar horned oryx in the wild, thanks to the birth of over 60 new calves so far this year. There are plans in place to continue the program and relocate 50 scimitar horned oryx next year. 25 animals in November 2021 and a further 25 in 2022. Another region-first project launched this year is our Coral Reef Rehabilitation Project, the largest initiative of its kind in the GCC. Through a dedicated restoration program in Abu Dhabi, we'll grow approximately 100 million pieces of coral reef, with the aim of restoring and increasing total coral reef area. The program will focus on the reefs that are most adaptive and can live and withstand higher temperatures and salinity. Through this program, nurseries for corals will be developed to reduce the negative impact of the natural pressures to which they are subjected, namely climate change and high temperatures on the seafloor. These nurseries will increase the total coral reef area and rehabilitate affected areas. We will harvest small fragments of the various coral species in the Emirates waters, relocate them to the nursery and nurture their growth until they can be retransferred back to the damaged reefs for establishment. The final project I'd like to highlight is one scheduled to launch next year, the Abu Dhabi Plant Genetic Resources Center, also known as the Gene Bank. This project aims to ensure the long-term conservation and sustainable use of UAE plant biodiversity for current and future uses, as well as research to contribute to preservation. We will document through herbarium form Abu Dhabi and the UAE's flora and its diversity. The project will also involve the conservation of UAE native flora and its genetic diversity in different forms, ensuring future longevity. Its storage capacity can reach up to 2,000 samples. Along with the new national herbarium, a new 3D digital herbarium will be established, the first of its kind in the country and the region, one of few such examples worldwide. All these projects are examples of the work we do at EAD, and I invite you all to come to Abu Dhabi and experience our biodiversity and nature. One of our main focuses at EAD is research. We recognize the need for interdisciplinary research for addressing the environmental issues facing the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. In fact, EAD has a mandate that embraces research as a critical input to support the development of science-based environmental management and regulation. As research is so important to us, we are currently in the process of developing the Middle East's most advanced marine research vessel. The 50-meter, state-of-the-art, multi-purpose conservation and fisheries vessel will use environmentally friendly technologies to conduct specialized research in the Arabian Gulf as a part of the UAE's innovative scientific initiatives. This vessel will also help us to continue research on fisheries, as well as the wider marine ecosystem and biodiversity to maintain the momentum of the significant work we have done so far. It'll also allow us to pioneer oceanographic and fisheries research in the largely unstudied deeper waters of the UAE, starting at depths of 10 meters. The ship will be designed and built for the conditions of the region and the Arabian Gulf, which is shallow and contains high levels of salinity. Furthermore, the vessel hosts 5 laboratories and supports university education and research. Once our vessel is operational and functional, we look forward to sharing our research and scientific studies and all successful related initiatives. We know that this research vessel will inevitably be a game changer and a value-added tool for our work on fisheries management and the conservation of marine life, as well as a great precedent for research to be conducted by EAD in the future. These are just some of our projects that aim to protect and conserve Abu Dhabi's environment.
while COP26 will not be the end of climate change, it can and it must mark the beginning of the end.
It's not 2030 or 2050. It's now.
The Climate Action Army, led by young people, is unstoppable.
Carbon neutral and nature positive are two concepts that must be in the minds and hearts of every citizen.
Pacific youth have rallied behind the cry, "We are not drowning, we are fighting."
A new industrial revolution powered by millions of sustainable innovations is essential and is indeed already beginning.
The decisions you make here will help determine whether the rains will return to our land.
Even we represent only 5% of the world's population. We protect 80% of the remaining biodiversity.
And today I'm announcing a new plan to conserve global forest, which will bring together a full range of U.S. government tools, diplomatic, financial, and policy to halt forest loss, restore critical carbon sinks, and improve land management.
And this is part of a new global forest finance pledge of over, wait for it, of over $12 billion, amounting to the biggest collective commitment of public funds for forest and climate action in history.
I urge the world to stand by our side in our efforts to protect and understand our forest ecosystems.
Cutting back on methane emissions is one of the most effective things we can do to reduce near-term global warming and keep 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is the lowest hanging fruit.
Every G7 nation has committed to increase finance for adaptation. And the UK and other countries have come together and they've committed to balance adaptation and mitigation spending. And yet, much more is needed.
Failure to provide the critical finance and that of loss and damage is measured, my friends, in lives and livelihoods in our communities. This is immoral and it is unjust.
Your Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you spend the next 2 weeks debating, negotiating, persuading, and compromising, as you surely must, it's easy to forget that ultimately the emergency climate comes down to a single number: the concentration of carbon in our atmosphere. The measure that greatly determines global temperature. And the changes in that one number is the clearest way to chart our own story, for it defines our relationship with our world. For much of humanity's ancient history, that number bounced wildly between 180 and 300. And so too did global temperatures. It was a brutal and unpredictable world. At times, our ancestors existed only in tiny numbers. But just over 10,000 years ago, that number suddenly stabilized, and with it, Earth's climate. We found ourselves in an unusually benign period, with predictable seasons and reliable weather. For the first time, civilization was possible, and we wasted no time in taking advantage of that. Everything we've achieved in the last 10,000 years was enabled by the stability during this time. The global temperature has not wavered over this period by more than plus or minus 1 degree Celsius. Until now. Our burning of fossil fuels, our destruction of nature, our approach to industry, construction, and learning are releasing carbon into the atmosphere at an unprecedented pace and scale. We are already in trouble. The stability we all depend on is breaking. This story is one of inequality as well as instability. Today, those who've done the least to cause this problem are being the hardest hit. Ultimately, all of us will feel the impact, some of which are now unavoidable.
My world is melting.
You think you have control, we actually have no control.
I'm absolutely terrified to bring a child to this world.
Is this how our story is due to end? A tale of the smartest species doomed by that all-too-human characteristic of failing to see the bigger picture in pursuit of short-term goals. Perhaps the fact that the people most affected by climate change are no longer some imagined future generation, but young people alive today. Perhaps that will give us the impetus we need to rewrite our story, to turn this tragedy into a triumph. We are, after all, the greatest problem solvers to have ever existed on Earth. We now understand this problem. We know how to stop the number rising and put it in reverse. We must recapture billions of tons of carbon from the air. We must fix our sights on keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. A new industrial revolution, powered by millions of sustainable innovations, is essential and is indeed already beginning. We will all share in the benefits: affordable clean energy, healthy air, and enough food to sustain us all. Nature is a key ally. Wherever we restore the wild, it will recapture carbon and help us bring back balance to our planet. And as we work to build a better world, we must acknowledge no nation has completed its development because no advanced nation is yet sustainable. All have a journey still to complete, so that all nations have a good standard of living and a modest footprint. We're going to have to learn together how to achieve this, ensuring none are left behind. We must use this opportunity to create a more equal world, and our motivation should not be fear, but hope.
Can we fix climate problem in one generation? My answer would be yes, we have to.
We need to not just to talk about what we can do, but to do what we can.
This is a challenge that we should try to solve in a quick way with a long-term vision.
It comes down to this: the people alive now, the generation to come, will look at this conference and consider one thing. Did that number stop rising and start to drop as a result of commitments made here? There's every reason to believe that the answer can be yes. If working apart, we are force powerful enough to destabilize our planet, surely working together, we are powerful enough to save it. In my lifetime, I've witnessed a terrible decline. In yours, you could and should witness a wonderful recovery. That desperate hope, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, excellency, is why the world is looking to you and why you are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum for giving me this opportunity to address you. And thank you very much to EAD, Dolphin and Etihad for bringing everyone together for this very timely discussion as we reflect on the results of COP26 and how we take it forward. I think the first thing to note is it was truly a historic meeting, and I'll say a bit more about why I think that. But there's some very important headlines that we should remind ourselves right from the get-go. And the most important one of those is 1.5 is still alive. It is still achievable. And then we made some significant agreements on actual actions to do that, in particular on coals, cars, cash and trees, but also on some really important technical work, not least dealing with the Paris Rulebook. And the introduction of transparency of countries' actions is going to be a really critical part of making sure that we maintain the momentum of COP26. But my own personal reflection is that there were two major changes that we saw happen both through the process of preparing for Glasgow and at Glasgow, and that we need to maintain as we go forward. And those two big changes, I think, relate to the attitude of countries and to the attitude of businesses, and perhaps adding to that, the way in which government and businesses are working together. In terms of countries' reactions, we have moved from a situation in which less than 30% of the world had made net zero commitments to now 90% of the world being covered by net zero commitments. And that is an enormous achievement in a very short amount of time. And one in which we've seen the UAE set real leadership, coming out with their own very ambitious net zero target, and something that is reflected rightly in their award to host COP28. They have shown the leadership now, which means that we can be confident that the UAE will be absolutely the right person to drive progress forward at what will be a very important review point. I also know that a lot is going on within UAE, and we have seen and really welcome Abu Dhabi's 9 initiatives for net zero, and I know that EAD have a highly developed climate mitigation plan as well. And of course, it's very central to our bilateral relationship. Unsurprisingly, it was a key feature of discussion when the Crown Prince visited and met the Prime Minister earlier this year. And there were a number of important initiatives which reflected that, not least an MOU between our ministries on climate change and the environment. It was also an important element underpinning the sectors we chose to be covered by our sovereign investment partnership, where technology and driving forward the new industries which will be so critical to delivering this was an important part of that. We also did some work on industrial collaboration. Again, that will cover these new industries. And that segues quite nicely into what I thought was the second big change, which is the attitude of business, because in that raft of things we agreed government to government also came alongside that some significant business-to-business engagements, not least the agreement between ADNOC, BP and Mazda on hydrogen. Really exciting example of how businesses can work together across the world to deliver real change. So what did I see in business? And I saw quite a lot of this actually at ADPEC. I saw, and I can't remember which speaker it was, but it was a phrase which really resonated, that this is a time when businesses have to adapt. And they have to adapt because this is a time to play to win, not to hedge, and play not to lose. And you now see that really starting to happen with businesses talking to each other and talking to government, and a real collaboration and partnership starting to emerge. And laid across that, a real energy about innovation on new technologies and new ways of approaching the issue. We've also seen that across other parts of the business community. So there's some very significant changes in the investment world. Now 10 trillion has been committed to net zero compliant investment across the world, a doubling over the last year. And I think we will see that trend continue, driven both by what investors want, but also driven by companies' understanding of changing consumer demands on them in this area. So reflecting overall, I think we took big steps forward at COP26. The challenge now is to maintain that momentum. What I think has changed is far more countries committed and driving forward and driving their ambition, countries prepared to be more transparent about that, and critically, almost a race between government and business to see who can innovate and drive this forward first. And that's now no longer becoming a situation of government telling business what to do, but both sides seeing the opportunities that their own innovation and new policies open up for each other. So I'm optimistic, even though the challenges are huge. And I really look forward particularly to the way that UK and UAE, both in our government and in our businesses, can be a lead in maintaining that essential momentum for COP26. Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome to our panel discussion on harnessing nature-based business solutions and sustainable business models to good effect as part of the 2021 Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum. I'm Jonathan Lebray, the Chief Policy Officer of the Value Reporting Foundation, and it's my pleasure to be your moderator for this discussion. As the curtain falls on the COP26 Climate Change Conference, I was delighted to read that the UAE has been selected to host the 28th COP in 2023, shining a spotlight on the tremendous progress being made across the Gulf region. And the region is known for its long-term vision. At COP26, we saw a step change in ambition, itself, however, only a staging post for even greater ambition to come in the future. And it's now accepted that business must play a significant and proactive role in adapting for a more sustainable future. And every aspect of business must play its part, from resource allocation, innovation in product design and service delivery, and new sustainable business models as well. And the practice of implementing this vision is the subject of this panel discussion today. What are the tools, the resources and systems that will support the transition? And how will nature-based solutions help to shape the region's long-term vision? To reflect on these and many other issues, I'm sure, we have a distinguished panel of speakers. I'd like to introduce them now. Her Excellency, Dr. Sheikha Al-Daheri, the Secretary General of the Environment Agency for Abu Dhabi. Dr. Al-Daheri holds a PhD in wildlife conservation and protection from the University of Aberdeen in the UK. Jessica Fries is the Executive Chairman of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales Accounting and Sustainability Initiative, A4S, which was established in 2004. Jessica has led A4S since 2008, and among her other roles, she was responsible for establishing the International Integrated Reporting Council. Mark Goff is the Chief Executive of the Capitals Coalition, having brought together the coalitions for both natural and social and human capitals. Mark has held several private sector roles where he's worked extensively advising businesses and leading programs for them. And Craig Bennett has been CEO of the Wildlife Trusts since April 2020, prior to which he was the CEO of Friends of the Earth. Craig is also an honorary professor of sustainability and innovation at the University of Manchester Alliance, Manchester Business School. It's a pleasure to welcome our panel. Your Excellency, perhaps I could begin with you, if I may. Please could I invite you to set out the journey to net zero and your expectations of the Abu Dhabi business community, and also perhaps comment on the role of society and consumer behaviour in protecting biodiversity and determining the value businesses place on natural capital.
Thank you, Jonathan, for this lovely introduction. And first of all, I would like to give a warm welcome to all ADSG members, and special thanks also again to our partner and sponsors, Dolphin Energy and Etihad Airways. And definitely as well, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists who are with us today. Today's gathering, I believe, is another strong platform to emphasize on the many calls that we have heard in the last few weeks before COP26 and during COP. I just came from Glasgow, and it was extraordinary to see so many observers, civil society, and young people, communities demanding governments and businesses to accelerate efforts into serious action, mainly to keep the 1.5 within reach. Parties also, we heard that they agreed on the need to double finances, as well as witnessing many leaders endorsing pledges on nature protection, methane reduction, and many promising pledges that are action-oriented, and I was proud that UAE was at the forefront of all these pledges. I believe this was the most successful COP out of all, when seeing what many leaders and private sector and youth have agreed to which can be summarized as in a one word, as a COP of action. Again, this is why I also believe that a platform such Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group and the Environment Agency have a very important role to carry out through all its members by translating Glasgow Pact into actions, as we strongly believe that the regulations regulators such as EAD and businesses play a huge role in such a transition. And to achieve a climate neutrality by 2050, EAD always affirms that reducing GHG emissions in all sectors that pose pollutions and challenges to decarbonize using natural and artificial carbon sinks and advancing Abu Dhabi diversification in economies agenda it comes only through innovative low carbon solutions as well as nature-based solutions. And we believe that this is the only way forward for our future on this planet.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and really wonderful as well to hear your reflections from COP26. I'm not a COP veteran. It was my first time there, but what was really striking was really the diversity of different stakeholders during the meeting, which I think just demonstrates how everyone sees their role in contributing this agenda. And I think your point there about the role of innovation is absolutely critical in making progress. So thank you so much for your contribution. Jessica, I wondered if I could turn to you, please. And in particular, I wondered if you might be able to address the question of the role of finance and the role that finance is playing in creating a sustainable and more diversified economic model, and how we're using finance to account for biodiversity in a more meaningful way.
Thank you, Jonathan, and Your Excellency for those opening remarks, underlining, I think, the importance of the progress that is being made, but also that there is further action that we really need to focus on to have a sustainable future for people, for the planet, and from a financial perspective. And of course, that question of finance came through very clearly during the COP26 discussions. But alongside that, the role of private sector in providing some of that finance, working alongside governments to make sure that investment is going to where it needs to solve not only the climate crisis that we face, but also the nature crisis and some of the social challenges, risks that we are trying to combat, as captured by the Sustainable Development Goals. What I would like to do is touch on a couple of the areas. A4S, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales's Accounting for Sustainability project, works with all parts of the finance community. So whether that is within businesses, companies, investors, governments, the wider finance and accounting community. And over the last couple of years, we've been looking at a number of the trends that we've really been seeing. Now, of course, the world has really been shaped not only by the growing impact of climate change, but also, of course, most recently by the pandemic and the impact that has had on societies. And I think in spite of some of those trends, we've really seen a few areas of action. The first is around purpose and values. And that real shift, if I think of the work that we did a decade or even you really saw quite a narrow sense within a lot of the finance community on value, narrowly defined in financial terms. We've seen a real shift to a recognition that values drive value, and that you need to have a more purposeful approach, a more integrated approach to decision making to drive resilience and to drive long-term success, both for the organisation, for the communities within which the organisation works, and for society as a whole. We've also seen a real growing focus on natural, social, and human capital. I think in the context of the pandemic, again, that reinforcement of connection to nature, as well as the need to really address social, environmental, and economic issues as one. So that multi-capital approach, and also a multi-stakeholder approach. So that recognition that to tackle something like the climate process needs collaboration across value chains, across industries, between the private and the public sectors and civil society. And it's only through that kind of collaboration and the sort of innovation and trust that can be lent on to underpin action that we're really going to find some of those solutions. So that integrated approach, that multi-stakeholder approach, as really vital. And you saw some of those challenges where we can't really address social tensions and issues at the same time as some of the environmental issues in the final COP26 accord, and a recognition in some of the statements that we really need to make sure that we are achieving a just transition, and one that is built on nature and resilience. We also see within the capital markets community a real recognition that environmental, social, and governance issues drive sustainable business, and therefore more and more commitment to financing sustainable outcomes. One of the big announcements during the COP26 summit was from Mark Carney, the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero, with 130 trillion US dollars of finance committed to net zero. Now, of course, another key theme is how do you take that very high level commitment into action? And that's something that from an A4S perspective, we've been working on for a long time. So how do you really develop the measures to track progress? What kind of 1 year, 3 year, 5 year goals do you need to set? And how do you really make sure that the investments, the budgeting, and the actions are aligned with those high level goals? And that for us, that shift from commitment to action is really where we're focusing a lot of our attention now. We know that we've got a short time to act, and so we must do so with real urgency and at scale. Finally, one of the other trends, of course, that has been exposed by the pandemic and by some of the physical impacts of climate that we're already seeing is that interconnectedness of the global economy and our supply chains. So that consideration of how to really transform whole systems with the kind of rapidity that is needed, and shift business schools to ones that really are based on an understanding of nature and the environment, so that we are replenishing nature and restoring our natural systems rather than continuing to deplete them in a highly unsustainable way. So I'll stop there, Jonathan, but thank you very much, and pleased to say more about some of the practical ideas that might help people to take action through the panel.
That's great. Thank you so much, Jessica. And I think you really set out there both the overlapping challenges, but also that in many ways the action that we're now taking is a response to the mega trends, to the trends that we're seeing. And I think that scale of financial commitment that we saw at COP26 and meeting that with, as you say, moving from commitment to action, I think is really revealing. And you spoke there about the multi-capital approach, which I think is a good link to our next contributor, Mark Goff. Welcome, Mark. I wondered if you might be able to address the question of the role of business, finance and governance, shaping and reforming how business works. Are we getting closer? Jessica spoke there about the importance of values informing value. Are we closer to getting a unified view from business and finance on what value is, and how are governments and business incentivizing climate outcomes? Mark.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I think building on what Jessica was saying there is a lot of momentum now. A few years ago, we launched some finance sector work in Hong Kong, and I was speaking to empty rooms. There was no one there. We had a 2,000-seater with 30 people turned up. Now, I can't get into the room myself. because there's so many people talking about it. Everyone seems to be trying to grapple with this concept of what is value, what is the value we're creating. And under the accounting rules that are relevant to all businesses, the IFRS has a conceptual framework. It requests that information is useful and relevant. And at the moment, I would argue that a lot of the information that we use isn't useful or relevant. I think most businesses and financial institutions and governments are realizing that. We spend a lot of time passing around information which is metrics or numbers. So we might say 1,000 tons of carbon, 1,000 cubic meters of water, 1,000 new jobs. And without the context, the value around that information is neither useful nor relevant. And with the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board, also at COP last week, which incorporates obviously the Integrated Reporting Council and the CDSB, the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, and SASB, and all that work that's going on in the task force. That was a major announcement last week to start to help to structure the way that business will disclose. Now, that information that they're asked to disclose, obviously with the IRRC, the Integrated Reporting Council being part of it, needs to start thinking about capitals, needs to start thinking about the value that's being created in there as well, if the information that we're disclosing is going to be useful and relevant. Now, one of the questions that I think we always get asked is if this was so useful, then why are people not already doing it? Well, we have had thousands now of organizations applying it. We're working with about 25% of the global 500 biggest companies. We've got thousands of different applications, and the best of those, the first couple of hundred of those, are now available through a searchable database. So you can go in there and find out what people are doing in your sector, how things are progressing. There is a lot of momentum at the moment, but I think one of the major trends is we're moving from a language of could. So if you look back on the Natural Capital Protocol, the Social and Human Capital Protocol, and the other work that's harmonized the thinking around value accounting, that work was all written in a language of could. You could do this, you could do that. It included all of the different valuation approaches. We're now moving into a period of should. And there's lots of projects that are ongoing, including the linking up to the International Sustainability Standards Board. But there's other projects that we're doing at the moment about standardizing the accounting rules, standardizing what you actually would account for, what the assets would be. And that's not just around the natural capital, but also we're doing work around different parts of the social and human agenda, which we mustn't forget either. So moving from that could to should is really important. And our community is looking forward towards 2030 when we should be moving towards must, where actually we'll start seeing some mandatory approaches coming in, because this information is essential for good business. This is essential to be able to run your organization and for the way that finance is flowing and for where we should see government flows. Just finally, to round it up and linking it back into the COP that we've just had in Glasgow, it's been fascinating to see the connections, as Jessica was saying there, between nature and climate and this just transition. Going into this, we expected there to be 10 to 15% maybe of the national determined contributions that each country makes that would include nature as a firm part of it. That would have been a good step for us. In the end, it was 92% of them that actually included nature as a fundamental element of how they're going to address the climate challenge. Now, that to me is significant. We're seeing these connections. It shows that actually the system is coming together, that business, finance, and governments are all interconnecting, and we're linking up these agendas. Is it difficult, as Jessica was also saying, there's still divisions in there, but to see that positioning of this is a significant step. And one of the things I was doing at COP was helping to start to design the metrics and measurements and how we're going to value what nature positive really is. How do we bring that into the agenda in the same way that we have been doing with net zero around the climate agenda?
Thank you very much, Mark. And you outlined the shift that you're seeing in terms of the shift from could to should and then on to must. And I think that reflects the momentum that you also spoke about. And hopefully part of that will be the strengthening of the architecture of standards that you also referred to with the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board. So thank you, Mark, for covering such a lot of ground in your opening contribution. I'd now like to turn to Craig, if I may. Craig, the ambitions at COP6 and the likely ratcheting up of those ambitions in the future will clearly present a number of challenges for business. And I wondered if you might be able to reflect on these challenges and perhaps share your insights from COP26 in respect of the scale of the transition and the connection between business and society in addressing these needs.
Great, thank you very much. And let me say what a pleasure it is to be joining you today. I think the first thing I'd like to just reflect on is over many years, over 25 years, you know, I've followed this debate very closely and been to many COPs previously. And I think the thing to kind of just pause and acknowledge at this moment is how we do keep ratcheting up what those targets are and what those expectations are. I mean, I can certainly remember a time when in the UK, NGOs were calling for the UK government to cut emissions by 80% by 2050. And that seemed quite ambitious at the time. But of course, more recently, in more recent years, there's been a very strong push that the UK has to get to net zero by at least 2050, if not sooner. Same push in many other countries. And we've seen that Abu Dhabi is committed to net zero by 2050, and that's fantastic. But actually, of course, we've also seen all these moves in other ways. Just at the Copenhagen climate talks, even at the Paris climate talks, really the assumption was that we were heading for a target of 2 degrees. What happened in Glasgow once and for all was an absolute agreement that the target really has to be 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels rather than 2 degrees. And this is what we've seen over time. This has been a trend, and I don't think this trend will stop. I think actually, as we see ever greater impacts from climate change over the coming years, and particularly this next decade, the demands to move even faster on cutting emissions will grow ever louder, and actually governments will be prepared to regulate to make that happen far more quickly. It's also, in the spirit of that comment, it's worth remembering that net zero is been held up as the big focus for the last few years, and certainly for the Glasgow COP, there was a focus around net zero. But in that process, I worry that sometimes people have forgotten and that thought that's the destination. Actually, the science is really clear. We've got to go beyond net zero. Net zero is really just a waymark point, and actually we kind of get to the point where we have to be delivering negative emissions by drawing carbon down from the atmosphere to really provide us with the climate security and resilience we need. We're currently at 417 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We probably long term, and this might take us a couple of centuries, but long term we have to kind of draw it back down to something like 350 parts per million. And so there's a real kind of need, long-term need to do that. And we should keep that in mind, because I think that actually makes a difference about how we go about some of the emission reductions in the short term as well. And it's worth saying what will drive this. I think we will continue to see ever sort of growth of sort of people's movements around the world, but particularly that of young people in driving and pushing for this change. I mean, we've seen this huge increase in swelling of demands, if you like, from young people around the world over the last few years. And I don't think that will go away. I think it will continue to grow and drive the agenda forward in this regard. I think the other thing to notice that's changed over the years is I'm delighted to say that there's a bit more of a joined up agenda now. You know, something that frustrated me for years is often the climate issue and the nature issue were treated as if they were completely separate. Or if there was any interlinkage, it was just around equating nature with forests. And forests are great, don't get me wrong, but actually nature is obviously so much more than about forests. The particular role that nature can play in helping us tackle the climate crisis is around forests, is about wetlands, it's about oceans, it's about whole ecosystems. And certainly at COP26, I think we saw that coming through the narrative more strongly than I've ever seen before. And of course, that was particularly around a focus on nature-based solutions, because I think it's clearer than ever now that the economy, the future of business, if you like, it's a wholly owned subsidiary of nature, not the other way around. You know, actually, everything we hold dear, all of our economy, all of our sort of business delivery and so on, if nature is in decline, then actually our economy will be in long-term decline as well. So we have to absolutely stop the degradation of nature, and actually we have to have a focus on putting nature in recovery as well. And that's where these agendas can come together around nature-based solutions. And it's worth saying, of course, nature-based solutions can play a role in climate mitigation, a significant but limited role in climate mitigation. In other words, helping draw carbon down from the atmosphere. If we can restore our wetlands, for example, our mangroves, restore our oceans, restore our soils, all of those, as well as restoring our forests and trees and so on, all of those are very useful for drawing carbon down from the atmosphere. And it's been estimated that if we can get really serious about that globally, say around getting 30% of our land and sea into recovery for nature by 2030, then that could draw down carbon that would help cool or help us towards that 1.5 temperature target by about 0.3 degrees towards that. That's the calculation. So it's not a silver bullet. We still have to stop burning fossil fuels. We still have to do all the other things that are being planned in terms of mitigation. It's not either or, but nonetheless, if we can take all those steps to stop burning fossil fuels, invest in energy efficiency and new technologies, and invest in nature-based solutions, then we might have a hope of reaching a 1.5 degree target. But actually, the other role that nature-based solutions can play is help us massively in climate adaptation. And that's particularly important, of course, in particularly hotter countries where you might see extreme weather events. So again, restoring mangrove swamps, for example, around our coasts can be incredibly important for helping dissipate energy where there is a tidal surge or extreme weather events or hurricanes or whatever. Indeed, restoring nature in and around our towns or cities and making sure we have trees in our towns and cities and green spaces in our towns and cities will help provide some kind of cooling that wouldn't be there otherwise. Nature-based solutions can help retain water in the landscape and indeed hold our soil in place, protect our soil when there's extreme weather events. And there is an interesting link right now over the next few months between going from COP26 to the next COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity meeting, which is happening next spring in China, where there will be a real focus about trying to agree that 30 by 30 target, getting 30% of our land and sea globally into recovery by 2030. And I think that hopefully will become like the lodestar target on nature that accompanies the lodestar target of 1.5 degrees on climate. And there's a huge role for business to then play in seeing how we can invest in nature to help tackle these two problems together. So I completely agree with what other speakers have said, that I feel that that's the clear direction of travel on this. And it's an exciting time as we see these changes coming through, and it feels that there's real forward momentum at the moment. No one's going to say that we've solved this yet. We're a very, very long way from solving it, and we need to ratchet up those targets. We need to deliver a lot more on the ground, and we need to see a lot more action. But it does feel that there's momentum across this whole agenda now in a way that I've not seen for many years.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Craig. And you've really focused us on the role of nature-based solutions in driving that connectivity between the economy, society, and nature, and putting nature at the heart of system change. And I think it's really valuable as well to highlight the importance of ratcheting up expectations for the future, because that will be critical, helping business to prepare and anticipate those long-term changes that you spoke about. So thank you very much for your opening contribution, Craig. Your Excellency, I wondered if I might come back to you, please, and bringing this now really focusing on Abu Dhabi in particular. How can businesses ensure both commercial viability and success and environmental sustainability in Abu Dhabi context?
Thank you, Jonathan. We definitely are very active in leveraging opportunities by engaging with the private sector on important topics. And that comes through the public-private partnerships. It achieves this through the unique multi-stakeholder engagement initiative, which we are presenting today here, Abu Dhabi Sustainability Group, which was established by the Environment Agency in 2008. And this is the only sustainability platform in the region that allows all people from different backgrounds to connect on future sustainability of communities and businesses, as well as governments. It's a platform, again, for governments, multiple industries, and also it's a platform for a non-profit organization that they need to work together to drive the positive change with more than 50, proudly, we have more than 53 leading organizations working together to deliver the social and environmental commitments for the benefit and the future of sustainability here in UAE. Also, ADSG has been very focused when it comes on capacity building and knowledge sharing by funding a certified training programs for its members, and also hosting events and workshops and forums, just like the one we are attending here today. In the next decade, ADSG will also be more focused toward integrating sustainability governance, addressing sustainability governance and climate change and sustainable economies. ADSG will also work towards corporate thought leadership, which aims to encourage business leaders to make a fundamental shift toward resilient business models that support sustainability and definitely carbon neutrality. In addition, as part of its awareness program, back in 2019, EAD, the Environment Agency, have launched the Green Enterprise Network, which includes a group of institutions committed to improve on their environmental footprint and performance. It encourages the promotion of the dialogue and cooperation between the multi-stakeholders when it comes to government, to private agencies, and non-profit agencies, through the assessment of not only the greenhouse gas emissions, but also resource sharing and best practice and case studies, and transfer knowledge between them.
Great, thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, and I think really showcasing there the support and incredible momentum that is happening in Abu Dhabi. So thank you very much for your contribution. And Jessica, I wondered if we could move this now, as you were saying in your presentation, towards some of the tools, some of the practical tools that are available to business. And as we think about risk, and you mentioned, the need to think about the multi-capital nature of value creation, and obviously risk is relevant in this conversation as well. Just thinking about some of the tools that might be available to business, particularly a lot of focus today on climate risk. I wondered if you could just explain a little bit about the role that the finance profession can play in helping businesses to navigate climate risks, and what some of the practical tools that might be available to businesses are.
Of course, Jonathan, and thank you. So to build on the points that have already been made, I think that the first starting point for any organisation is to be setting an ambitious target. And we've touched on the UAE being setting a net zero climate target by 2050, which I think is a huge step forward. And so I think at the organizational level, thinking through how to set an equivalent target, so a net zero by 2050, but then, as touched on earlier, also thinking through how do you translate that into near-term action. We know that if we leave it until 2050, that is far too late. And as Craig highlighted as well, we need to be thinking beyond 2050 and to how we can be carbon negative, nature positive. But that starting point, setting an ambitious target and setting those near-term milestones. So what is the 2030 target that is going to be key in terms of whether or not you're making progress? What are the 1 and 3 and 5 year plans that are going to help you to achieve both that 2030 goal and then towards 2050? And finance can play a huge role in both setting those ambitious targets, making sure that the information, as Mark was saying earlier, you really need the information to be able to set the target and develop the plans and be able to track progress. And finance can play a key role within that. Of course, also you need to look at the processes, the decision-making processes within the organization. And A4S has done a huge amount of work with finance around the world and developed a series of essential guides. And so that, I think, provides a very useful starting point in terms of really thinking through whether it is that understanding of risk and scenario analysis, whether it is thinking through how do you translate that target into your budgeting activities, your finance activities, your performance measurement systems, your governance, as well as, of course, the management information that really drives decisions that every organization makes. And then how do you connect that into the information you might share with the outside world? So I think that end-to-end process, and of course, when setting targets and measuring progress, what is really key when you're looking at both the climate and nature is that end-to-end value chain. So collaborating with others, whether that is the private public sector, but also along the full value chain, really understanding where your dependencies might be, where your impacts are, and then collaborating with others along that value chain to be able to achieve progress together at the pace and scale needed.
Thank you, Jessica. And I think that the range and depth of the guidance, the resources, the tools, the experience that A4S has developed and offers really is remarkable, and how practical it is and how much it draws on real examples. So, hugely relevant and useful to businesses. Thank you, Jessica. Mark, in your opening comments, you spoke about the incredible momentum, and I think that that resonated with all of us. But in the interests of balanced reporting, I wondered if you could also just talk a little bit about some of the key challenges that might be preventing organizations from accounting for their natural and human capital. And how are you working with businesses to overcome some of those challenges?
So there are significant challenges. Otherwise, this would obviously be what everyone was doing already. One of the first ones actually is, with all of this momentum, there is a significant skills and knowledge gap. And actually, we have plenty of positions open at the moment with new businesses, new financial institutions and governments all scurrying after the same resource in the people that will understand how to do this. So there are lots of people trying to find the right resource, the right knowledge. And part of that solution is going to be with the accountancy profession. They already have the skills to do a lot of this work. What they don't have is the knowledge. So it's a knowledge gap, not a skills gap with the profession. We're working very closely now with the International Federation of Accountants and various other accountancy bodies around the world to try and help to upskill and up-knowledge the profession in that way. We're also introducing some online courses and training which will be open to everyone around the world to take part in. But if you're looking for a career change, then getting involved in this area at the moment is a good one because people are very much in demand. There's also a challenge, obviously, around the perception of how difficult and complex it is, which I do push back on a little bit. We are able as a species to be able to understand and deal with very difficult and technical problems, whether it's around desalination or whether it's around trying to understand how we make engines move and things like that. We should be able to understand how nature, people, climate, our finance and economic systems interconnect. So yes, it's complex, but we shouldn't let complexity get in the way of it. There are standards, there are methodologies, there's all the guidance that Jessica's been doing. We've got disclosure standards such as the integrated reporting, which is essential to all of this. All of these pieces, there is work out there. So don't be overwhelmed by it being too complex, because we are very clever beings and we can get through complexity. So let's not dumb it down to something simple. Let's understand that complexity and deal with it. And the third challenge that often comes up is that we're finding someone in an organization that will understand this, that will often be someone in a sustainability department. More and more, we're finding there's someone in the finance department or the CFO. That's very much to do with a lot of the work that Jessica and Accounting for Sustainability are doing in raising awareness there. But those people that get it, they've then got to convince their colleagues. And there's vested interest involved in this. There's ways of doing things that we were used to doing. Any form of change and transition is always difficult. The thing with transition is you can guarantee that transition will happen in some way, and it can either be very disruptive or we can do it as smoothly as possible. And the thing is, at the moment, we've still got the opportunity here to transition in a reasonably smooth way. But actually, if we don't address this, it will be a disruptive. There will be significant losers and winners within it. So being able to bring your colleagues on side with this is really important. And one of the things that when I was working in business, I was often asked to develop a business case, but only after decisions have been made. So don't go in there with all the knowledge of this, we must do this because this is the science and this is why we must do it. You've got to identify why people make decisions, why those changes are there, and then use that science, use that information to be able to back up what you're doing. So don't go in straight away with, we've got to do this because science says we've got to do it. You will very rarely convince most of the population to move because of that. There's lots of other drivers, incentive mechanisms for change that we do have to address as well here.
Great, thank you, Mark. And you've really highlighted there the critical importance of skills and knowledge, but also collaboration between co-workers and between teams. And that certainly resonates from an integrated reporting perspective. You know, the breaking down of internal silos, the getting the integrated thinking within organizations to really create that dynamic flow of working and also decision making. So I think that that's really interesting. And I think it also picks up on a point that Craig made about almost a kind of generational shift. This transformation is happening now, and it's almost generational. And Craig, I wondered if I might pick up on that point with you. And we've heard a lot about how the finance community is adjusting and the business community, but I wondered from a kind of broader stakeholder perspective, how are broader stakeholders getting involved, and how can communities support the economic transformation that we know must come about and is coming about, but how can stakeholders get involved to really add a lot of momentum to this shift that we're seeing?
Yes, well, thank you. I mean, I think it's probably worth saying, actually, given that, you know, this month we're still thinking a lot about COP26 and so on, and so it's no big surprise that this month there's been a focus on those kind of big international agreements. But actually, I think it is really important to understand how sort of the work of local communities, the work of individual non-state actors, cities and regions, companies, and nation state governments and the international community all work together and reinforce each other. It's not either or. And in fact, actually, I would describe in so many ways those United Nations processes around climate, you know, what they really do is they raise that bottom bar of expectation of actions. It's not where you see the greatest breakthroughs or the greatest leadership around this agenda. It is where, as consensus, 196 countries come together and raise that expectation as to what the bare minimum of action is. And so how does that happen? You know, actually it happens because you have individuals and local communities coming together to take action at that kind of local level and trying to drive change within their own local community in the way that's most appropriate to them. You have individual cities and regions showing leadership, sometimes faster than individual nation states can do. And there's some amazing work by cities and regions around the world in really being pioneers and showing the leadership on the climate and nature agenda. You have individual companies or groups of companies in sectors or across sectors demonstrating the leadership that's needed and going way beyond actually sometimes what's being called for by governments and the international community. And that all sets the context, which then allows that international consensus to move forward. And although that international consensus sometimes feels like it moves forward painfully slowly at times, actually, nonetheless, it moves forward because of those actions of all those other actors. But of course, when the international community does then move forward by consensus, it makes it much easier for all those other actors to act as well. I mean, just in the on the Monday after COP26 finished, for example, EU carbon prices hit a record high. They climbed 5.5% in that one day, the Monday after COP26, and ended up double the level they were at the start of this year, because of that confidence in the market, if you like, that regulators were going to act, that the international community was going to act on this. And then that kind of drives the change that you want to see at individual company level and so on. So all of these kind of different levels interact like that. And one thing I would say, and I strongly agree with what Mark was saying here, is that we shouldn't always frame this as being difficult. I've sort of long believed that perhaps the hardest part of this journey was the first few steps. But actually, as you get momentum on this agenda, it builds momentum and it becomes easier. And we don't know how quickly we can do this. We didn't know. If you look at what we've learned over the last 18 months as an international community, we didn't know. And in our response to the pandemic, we didn't know that we could develop vaccines and roll them out in a period of months rather than years, or build hospitals in a period of months rather than years. And I would say we don't know how quickly we can get to net zero and beyond yet, because guess what? We haven't really tried yet. When we really get into it, particularly over the course of these years ahead, I think we will surprise ourselves how quickly this transition can be. And that means there's huge opportunities for those businesses and innovators that want to be at the forefront of this.
That's great, thank you, Craig, and really picking up there on the need for speed and the acceleration that we will see, I think, in terms of progress. Thank you. Your Excellency, I wondered if I might come back to you, please, for a question about the UAE's Golden Jubilee. And I just wondered, in reflecting on that, what do you see as the practical considerations now in how to protect and conserve natural resources and biodiversity in Abu Dhabi over the next 50 years, thinking now over the longer term?
Jonathan, as you say, we are celebrating only the first Golden Jubilee. So we are a young country, and for that we always believed in partnership, which was the key to the progress and solving a lot of the global problems. This approach has surely underpinned our commitment as a first movers in climate change responses, as well as conservation and natural protection. And also it encouraged us to continue the journey and the legacy of late Sheikh Zayed in conservation. So at the strategic level, we worked with the Abu Dhabi government on setting and developing a cross-sectoral environmental plan that covers not only climate change, but air quality, water, waste, biodiversity, soil, and many of the environmental elements. The goal of this strategy is to integrate environmental issues into policies, action plans, as well as investment plans. EAD, the Environment Agency since 2010, with the support of all the stakeholders and their participation and commitment, has been preparing an emission inventory report based on the best practices and international methodology to fulfill the obligation towards the UN Convention on Climate Change. It also enhances the capabilities of our local authorities to track their emissions and also to set strategies and policies. And we are very proud to say that we will be announcing or releasing the fourth report in the coming weeks. The Environment Agency also have several programs that support the multi-layered aspects around climate change and natural protection. This covers, again, policies and regulation developments, enforcement, management, monitoring of species, endangered species, and many. I want to touch on one of those important elements, which is blue carbon. EAD has implemented this initiative as one of the first entities around the globe to understand how the natural ecosystem can work as carbon sinks. And we started to study the mangroves, followed with seagrass, and now we are about to study marine fisheries. This is haven't helped only us at the local level, but also have helped many institutions around the world by belief in the open source of data. We believe that data belongs to everyone, and that's how we share every findings with all scientific institutions and policy makers. Again, how we can protect in the coming 50 years, we will continue planting about 14 million mangroves, because as it's been said, they are very good carbon sinks, plus they can help us from certain environmental sea surges and so on. Of course, EAD will continue its role as a regulatory and will work on setting many policies and strategies across the environmental sector. We also working very closely with the municipalities and Department of Transport in adopting a low emission vehicles, and we will start with our fleets as government entities, rolling out to public as well as endorsing a low emission public transport. I would like also to touch on something that is very dear to my heart. We are building a state-of-art marine vessel, which will contribute to understanding climate change impact on our marine biodiversity, such as coral, water quality, and fisheries, especially in the Arabian Gulf and the eastern coast. We will definitely continue to rehabilitate, again, as I mentioned, natural ecosystems like mangroves and native plants plantation, which we believe that they are integral part of the nature protection. And EAD will definitely will be working with its relevant stakeholders to articulate clear emission reduction plans for specific sectors that are of a concern for us from air quality, and we will also work to continue to close the gaps in the concentrations limit of specific air pollutants. From a natural protection, Environment Agency have a very large and wide protected areas network. We have actually close to achieve the 30% that CPD is trying to endorse early next year. We have a cover of 27% of our marine and terrestrial space, and many of those protected areas, I have to say, not a paper parks, but they are well managed with enforcement team, with monitoring team, with a scientifically based research to ensure that everything within those protected areas are well managed and well protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I think it really is striking to hear about the scale of action, the detail underlying your plans.
If you keep me going, I will not stop, because there is a lot of programs to touch and cover, like endangered species, reintroduction programs, and so on. But definitely I will have to stop here.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And I think that also what strikes me is the focus on the long term. I mean, you spoke about being a young country, but it's clearly a country with huge ambition for the for the long term, and many other nations, I'm sure, can learn from your example. So thank you so much, Your Excellency. I'd now like to ask, as a final question, each of our panelists, and I believe that all the speakers on the forum are going to be asked the same question today. What single action do panel members believe will help to achieve the biggest progress in the Gulf region? So what single action do panel members believe will help to achieve the biggest progress in the Gulf region? And I'm going to go in reverse order. So Craig, I wondered if you might be able to kick us off, please.
Thank you. Well, obviously the Gulf region is known around the world for supplying the world with oil and gas. And I think what I would love to see, as I know the thinking that's already been happening in Abu Dhabi to date, is how actually the Gulf region and Abu Dhabi in particular can really drive a just transition from oil and gas to energy efficiency and renewables. And I think actually the innovation that's there in Abu Dhabi, brilliantly placed, huge investments in renewable technologies and renewable energy that are already taking place. I think it would be really exciting to see, the way in which Abu Dhabi can sort of manage that transition and actually show the world actually the way forward in that over the years ahead. And I think that will be a very powerful move from Abu Dhabi to be doing that. And I know there's already a huge amount of thinking and planning with respect to that.
Great, thank you, Craig. Mark.
In order to be able to deliver what Craig is talking about there, you have to have an understanding of the impacts and the dependencies that you have. So as I've been talking about here today, apply the natural, social and human capital protocols and understand to create robust information to help to inform those decisions in order to be able to deliver that just transition.
Great, thank you, Mark. Jessica.
I would agree with both of those comments, and just to underline that point on really setting ambitious targets, which has been done, tapping into the innovation and investment that is required, and that human ingenuity, I think, is key to taking us forward. At a very practical level, I'm delighted that A4S has been working with ADSG for many years, and will be releasing the latest series of case studies and practical examples which can really bring to life some of the near-term actions that organizations can take. So at the big level, I think really setting those ambitious targets, but at the very micro near-term level, do read some of the guidance and those case studies, because I think hearing from others is key to feeling empowered and able to take action.
Great, thank you so much, Jessica. And Your Excellency, the final word will go to you.
I agree to all colleagues here, but I would like to add a new dimension. I think in the Gulf, we must find an alternative to desalination. I know that many of you also know that the Gulf is very small, semi-closed, shared by 6 countries, and half of the biggest and largest desalination plants around the world are found and can be found in the Arabian Gulf. With the 50% of the brine discharge happens in this small space, I think it brings another elevation to climate change, which have an impact on fisheries, coral reefs, and many, adding to the most saline water, a salinity to more of our already saline water. So I think we need to rethink brine discharge, because I believe that many of these countries who are sharing the same Arabian Gulf will continue to depend on getting potable water through desalination. And innovation and technology must play a huge role in ensuring that, okay, it's good to continue to use desalination, but with technologies that can bring a positive impact rather than a negative impact to our nature.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to all our panelists We've heard from this panel, I think, how everything is connected, and we've heard the need for multi-capital and multi-stakeholder solutions. We've heard about the trends and the need to ratchet up our expectations and action, and also some of the practical tools, advice and guidance that is available to business. And we've also heard the incredible long-term action that is being taken from the Environment Agency and other agencies in Abu Dhabi. I think the discussion has also highlighted that the roles of business, the finance profession, government and society are inseparable in redefining tomorrow's business models. And the integration of sustainability within financial management and business models is one element among many to drive forward the transition that we so desperately need and achieve the long-term vision at the heart of this region's strategy as well. It's been a pleasure to be your moderator for this CEO session, and I'd like to thank on your behalf Dr. Al-Dahari, Jessica, Mark, and Craig for their contributions and insights today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.
While COP26 will not be the end of climate change, it can and it must mark the beginning of the end.
It's not 2030 or 2050, it's now.
The Climate Action Army, led by young people, is unstoppable.
Carbon neutral and nature positive are two concepts that must be in the minds and hearts of every citizen.
Pacific youth have rallied behind the cry, "We are not drowning, we are fighting."
A new industrial revolution powered by millions of sustainable innovations is essential and is indeed already beginning.
The decisions you make here will help determine whether the rains will return to our land.
Even we represent only 5% of the world's population. We protect 80% of the remaining biodiversity.
And today I'm announcing a new plan to conserve global forest, which will bring together a full range of U.S. government tools, diplomatic, financial, and policy to halt forest loss, restore critical carbon sinks, and improve land management.
And this is part of a new global forest finance pledge of over, wait for it, of over $12 billion, amounting to the biggest collective commitment of public funds for forest and climate action in history.
I urge the world to stand by our side in our efforts to protect and understand our forest ecosystems.
Cutting back on methane emissions is one of the most effective things we can do to reduce near-term global warming and keep 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is the lowest hanging fruit.
Every G7 nation has committed to increase finance for adaptation. And the UK and other countries have come together and they've committed to balance adaptation and mitigation spending. And yet, much more is needed.
Failure to provide the critical finance and that of loss and damage is measured, my friends, in lives and livelihoods in our communities. This is immoral and it is unjust.
Chaos this morning and delays for the day as high levels of water brought services to a Service says we should be braced for more of this. Forget summer, they say it's going to.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.
We in the UAE have taken many steps towards our energy transition, towards our food systems transformation, and ultimately it is all under the umbrella of the Net Zero by 2050 strategic initiative. Yes, we don't have the typical Amazon forests, but we have mangrove forests. So this is our type of forests, and these act as carbon sinks. So for us, being part of this declaration, we're also taking our responsibility to actually grow mangrove swamps. We've declared now through our NDCs that we'll be planting 30 million mangroves by 2030 as part of our pledge forward to as a nature-based solution. The UAE is taking an active role on the biodiversity efforts because we understand that it goes hand in hand. If you don't partner with nature, you're not going to get very far.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.
Hello, my name is Noura Al-Blouchi and I'm an assistant scientist in the terrestrial and marine biodiversity sector of the Environment Agency Abu Dhabi, better known as EAD. We are the main environmental body for the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi. We work towards sustainable development and the conservation of the environment. We are also responsible for the conservation of biodiversity, a very important strategic priority of ours. After decades of successful work and a plethora of significant initiatives, we won the Outstanding Contribution to Biodiversity Global 2020 Award by Capital Finance International. I'd like to shed some light on 3 very important biodiversity projects that we have pioneered at EAD. The first one is the reintroduction of the scimitar horned oryx, or the SHO, into Chad. The reintroduction of the extinct in the wild SHO has been described by many as the world's most ambitious large mammal reintroduction program. The project was created after the species was declared extinct in the wild by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature in the year 2000. In 2018, the Sahelian plains of Chad welcomed 40 new calves, increasing the total herd to 180 animals at the time. Currently, there are approximately 400 scimitar horned oryx in the wild, thanks to the birth of over 60 new calves so far this year. There are plans in place to continue the program and relocate 50 scimitar horned oryx next year. 25 animals in November 2021 and a further 25 in 2022. Another region-first project launched this year is our Coral Reef Rehabilitation Project, the largest initiative of its kind in the GCC. Through a dedicated restoration program in Abu Dhabi, we'll grow approximately 100 million pieces of coral reef, with the aim of restoring and increasing total coral reef area. The program will focus on the reefs that are most adaptive and can live and withstand higher temperatures and salinity. Through this program, nurseries for corals will be developed to reduce the negative impact of the natural pressures to which they are subjected, namely climate change and high temperatures on the seafloor. These nurseries will increase the total coral reef area and rehabilitate affected areas. We will harvest small fragments of the various coral species in the Emirates waters, relocate them to the nursery and nurture their growth until they can be retransferred back to the damaged reefs for establishment. The final project I'd like to highlight is one scheduled to launch next year, the Abu Dhabi Plant Genetic Resources Center, also known as the Gene Bank. This project aims to ensure the long-term conservation and sustainable use of UAE plant biodiversity for current and future uses, as well as research to contribute to preservation. We will document through herbarium form Abu Dhabi and the UAE's flora and its diversity. The project will also involve the conservation of UAE native flora and its genetic diversity in different forms, ensuring future longevity. Its storage capacity can reach up to 2,000 samples. Along with the new national herbarium, a new 3D digital herbarium will be established, the first of its kind in the country and the region, one of few such examples worldwide. All these projects are examples of the work we do at EAD, and I invite you all to come to Abu Dhabi and experience our biodiversity and nature. One of our main focuses at EAD is research. We recognize the need for interdisciplinary research for addressing the environmental issues facing the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. In fact, EAD has a mandate that embraces research as a critical input to support the development of science-based environmental management and regulation. As research is so important to us, we are currently in the process of developing the Middle East's most advanced marine research vessel. The 50-meter, state-of-the-art, multi-purpose conservation and fisheries vessel will use environmentally friendly technologies to conduct specialized research in the Arabian Gulf as a part of the UAE's innovative scientific initiatives. This vessel will also help us to continue research on fisheries, as well as the wider marine ecosystem and biodiversity to maintain the momentum of the significant work we have done so far. It'll also allow us to pioneer oceanographic and fisheries research in the largely unstudied deeper waters of the UAE, starting at depths of 10 meters. The ship will be designed and built for the conditions of the region and the Arabian Gulf, which is shallow and contains high levels of salinity. Furthermore, the vessel hosts 5 laboratories and supports university education and research. Once our vessel is operational and functional, we look forward to sharing our research and scientific studies and all successful related initiatives. We know that this research vessel will inevitably be a game changer and a value-added tool for our work on fisheries management and the conservation of marine life, as well as a great precedent for research to be conducted by EAD in the future. These are just some of our projects that aim to protect and conserve Abu Dhabi's environment.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.
We in the UAE have taken many steps towards our energy transition, towards our food systems transformation, and ultimately it is all under the umbrella of the Net Zero by 2050 strategic initiative. Yes, we don't have the typical Amazon forests, but we have mangrove forests. So this is our type of forests, and these act as carbon sinks. So for us, being part of this declaration, we're also taking our responsibility to actually grow mangrove swamps. We've declared now through our NDCs that we'll be planting 30 million mangroves by 2030 as part of our pledge forward to as a nature-based solution. The UAE is taking an active role on the biodiversity efforts because we understand that it goes hand in hand. If you don't partner with nature, you're not going to get very far.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to plenary session 2 of the Abu Dhabi Sustainable Business Leadership Forum 2021. The focus of this session is around climate change and sustainability, what it means for your business and where to start. I'm delighted to be your moderator today, and let me start by introducing myself. My name is Susan White, and I'm head of the CFO program for the Prince's Accounting for Sustainability project. We work with finance leaders to drive a fundamental shift towards resilient business models and a sustainable economy. We worked with ADSG for a number of years, and we are delighted to announce the publication of our Sustainability Engagement in the Gulf Region report, which is live on the ADSG website today and includes case studies from organizations in the region who are taking a lead in embedding sustainable business practice. And these case studies also show the vital role that finance needs to play. So in this session, we will be talking to senior finance and sustainability representatives to understand the conversation around climate change and net zero and what it means for organizations in the region. And at a practical level, how is it impacting their roles? You will have heard from the earlier panel how business must play a significant and proactive role in adapting for a more sustainable future, and that we need ambitious action from business to tackle the climate emergency. So on today's panel, we are delighted to be joined by Capucine Durain-Genet, Sustainability Business Division Director for Middle East and Africa for Schneider Electric, Jeannie Ng, Director, China Light and Power Research Institute, Greg Fewer, Chief Financial and Sustainability Officer for Aldar Properties, Daniel Tromans, Treasurer, Etihad Aviation Group. And we'd like to thank you all for joining, and we hope we have a very interactive session. So I'm going to start by asking the panel some opening questions, but we'd like to ask you, the participants, to please post any questions that you may have in the chat function. And if you could indicate which panel member you would like to answer your question, that would be really helpful. And we'll try to get through as many questions as we can in the next hour. So let me start by coming to you, Capucine. The UAE has made commitments around net zero by 2050. What do you think this will mean for organizations like Schneider Electric who are doing business in the region? And what do you think can be done from a regulation point of view to support businesses in the region to transition to more sustainable business practices?
Thanks a lot, Susan. Very great question, long question. So first of all, I'm delighted to be with you today and to share this panel with Jenny, Greg, and Daniel. So allow me to answer to your question at different levels. So first of all, at the country level, so we have seen great announcement in the region for the last weeks, months. So just before the COP26, UAE have announced its ambition to reach net zero emission by 2050. It has been followed by Saudi, which want to be net zero emission by 2060. And 2 weeks ago, Bahrain just announced its ambition to be net zero emission by 2060. So definitely we see a great momentum in the region about climate change transition. But on the other hand, we are still waiting for a comprehensive plan in order to understand how this country, UAE, will reach this ambitious target. So basically, it will go through regulation, of course, and there is different domain we want to understand. So what will be the technology domain? What will be the technologies they will push for? So we have seen Egypt. We just take who just made an announcement about electric vehicle. They will manufacture by 2022 electric vehicle, and of course it's part of the climate change transition. So it will be interesting to see what will be the focus domain on the UAE to reach this ambitious target. Second point will be linked to the regulation. So we have to keep in mind that on the region, we are talking about regulated market. energy utilities are state-owned. We are still on 95% of the energy based on fossil sources. So what will be the next step? What will be the regulation to promote the renewable? There is different mechanism who works abroad, like feed-in tariff, net metering, but it passed through a deregulated market. So it's something also that we are looking for. And we see some positive signal in Oman, in Egypt, about the deregulation of the market. So all these elements will be helpful in order to promote and to reach this ambitious target. If we scroll down to the industry sectors, so definitely industry wants to help and to support this ambitious target. So the main barrier is not the why, but the how. And to do that, they need to have a clear framework and clear policies and regulation. Within Schneider, we have launched our sustainability journey, climate change journey 15 years ago. So it's definitely part of our DNA. We also have set a target to be net zero emission by 2050 for the 3 scopes. And my division is purely dedicated to consulting in climate change transition for our partners. But definitely to have that now in the country will be really helpful to reinforce our goals, to reinforce our determination to be net zero emission by 2050. It will also help us perhaps to review our carbon roadmap. So in terms of climate change transition, in a nutshell, we see a big momentum in the region. It's really positive. So we are just waiting for this comprehensive plan. We are watching closely to see what will be the next step and how we can support as an organization the UAE targets.
Great. Thank you, Capucine. Really interesting to get a kind of a high-level view of what's happening in the region. And yes, I think from COP26, we've definitely heard that message of how do you take that ambition and make it into a targeted plan and turn it into action. And the role of both the private sector and the government and regulator working together is clearly a need. And let me come to you, Jeannie, just having heard some around the regional trends there from Capucine. It would be great if you could share with us just some of the wider conversation that you're hearing around net zero and how that has impacted China Light and Power and how you do business. And just in particular, how your sustainability and finance teams are working together to embed change.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity here to share a bit about, I guess, the Asian context. It's always good to learn from each other from different regions. At least in Asia, I think no surprise here. I think the top concerns for business, the trends here are really the increasing regulations that we're seeing, especially on disclosure, climate change, for example. And in terms of the actual topic of climate change, obviously it is a trend that, it really is being paid, the attention on it is really increasing because actually the physical impacts are now starting to come to the forefront and, you can't really ignore it. And I think in terms of Asia, the momentum of awareness on sort of ESG issues, sort of sustainability, they are probably predominantly still more on a compliance mindset. But of course, there's always going to be a few companies that, are always going to be in the lead. And I'd like to say, of course, CLP has been one of them. But I think in general, Asia does have an opportunity to really catch up in the next 5 years. I think sometimes change is it's harder to change because there are entrenched systems. And I think in Asia, one of the advantages they have is they don't really have as many entrenched systems. So therefore, there could be an opportunity to move faster. So, as an example of a company that has led in the Asia Pacific region, particularly in the power sector, CLP, we announced our first renewable energy target back in 2004 for like 5% by 2010, which is, sounds really dinky now looking back, but it's been a long journey. And we even published our Climate Vision 2050 in 2007. And we've been ratcheting every few years. So, we're kind of mimicking the UNFCCC concept of, trying to tighten our targets over time so we can meet this urgent timeline. In terms of corporate disclosures and reporting, obviously, again, CLP basically had two areas we were leading. One was climate change. The other was really disclosure. And sustainability reporting was started in 2003. And, really, I think in 2010, we were probably the first Hong Kong headquartered company, or maybe in the region, to adopt integrated reporting. And I'll, mention a bit more later on the significance of this. It does, in our experience, it has taken time to build the systems and processes to collect all this information on a regular basis. For example, basically it took around 3 to 5 years really to establish the data platform, get everyone on board and trained and institutionalized. So it becomes clockwork, right? And it was important to get all the functions across, HR, legal, operations, everyone on board so that we can capture everything that needed to be captured. The systems, of course, involved looking at from the bottom up what kind of ISO standards for calculations and reporting, but just as important was the governance arrangement that we also needed on top to actually assign accountability to ensure robustness of data. So, all of this is quite important. And in terms of working with the finance team, really the adoption of the integrated reporting framework was very instrumental in really bringing together not just the sustainability team and the finance team, but actually all the teams actually across the group to actually start to have more discussions together. And more importantly, though, I still remember saying, the finance team became one of the sustainability team's best friends. We were in contact with all parts of the finance team reporting. So the finance reporting team, the internal controls team, because they were helping us look at our processes and controls, the risk team, when we had to talk about the findings of the assurance report every year, how we're following up, the treasury team, when every year we're looking, okay, what's the issuance, what's the reporting on the green bonds, what's the progress, and of course, even the business development and investment team, because the emerging ESG trends that we're starting to see, they're really starting to impact not just our operational performance per se or increase the risk, but we really need to look ahead and see how will our business model change looking forward. And so that was a little bit of a sharing from our side of the world.
Great, thank you, Jeannie. A really long and dedicated journey from China Light and Power, and it seems that collaboration was obviously a key ingredient in the progress that you have made to date. And yeah, I think some of the work that we've done in A4S has definitely shown the vital role that finance needs to play to support that journey, in setting targets, in measuring and helping with disclosure. So yeah, really interesting to hear it in action in CLP. And just following on from Jeannie's overview there and experience in CLP, I'd like to ask Greg from an ALDER perspective. So embedding ESG and climate change into an organizational strategy, as we know, is key to building the organization resilience, but also for capitalizing on opportunities presented by a move to a more sustainable economy. How has a strategic focus on ESG and emissions reduction changed the role of the finance team in ALDER, and how have you seen the CFO become an enabler in that process?
Well, there's a profound and really important impact on a number of different levels. So in terms of our journey, we thought it was really important that that sustainability had advocacy within the C-suite, not just from the CEO who gets this topic, by default, but another, further C-suite advocacy. And we saw logic and alignment by merging what we had at the time as the Sustainability Office, actually merging it with the Office of Finance for a number of reasons. I mean, there's been an ongoing narrative sort of in the region about the role of CFOs in general and becoming more strategic, more of a partner to the CEO and the board, not just an accountant. And in that sense, many CFO and finance organizations remits had expanded into strategy or risk, or IT departments became digital transformation offices, and that sort of caused CFOs to become a bit more strategic in their outlooks. And in that vein, the Sustainability Office actually was a convenient alignment with the evolving mandate of the finance organization. So because, especially if you're a company like Aldar, who makes real estate and operates real estate, we're in an industry where our emission levels are very high. Depending on which report you read, real estate, the invention of it and the operation of it could be contributing 40% of overall emissions. So when you take this topic on, you need to be deeply strategic because you have to change the way you do business. You have to change the way you design your homes. You have to change the way you operate your homes. You have to change the way you procure your capital. You have to change the way you procure your, your cost of goods. So it's the ability to do that from a strategic, like a C-suite, is quite high, and at the same time, that of course had to be married with bottom-up initiative adoption. With people and the managers and the business who actually do the initiatives, but having a strategic direction and the enablement, whether it's activating budgets, so I found myself early on in the journey, challenging managers why they're not asking for more money for sustainability goals. We've all agreed that these are strategically important. Why are we only seeing 5% of budgets coming up from teams allocated to this topic? And I was sort of, sometimes it's been unnatural for CFOs, but you're actually ratcheting up people's budgets to make sure that there's actually resource allocation within the enterprise for this most strategic and important of topics. And also in particular on the capital allocation side, because I think in the future, change will most effectively be driven to especially private sector companies by the changing ways that capital will be allocated around the world, whether it's our lenders or our shareholders. And as a finance organization, you're obviously managing those stakeholder relationships, rating agencies, lenders, bondholders, shareholders, and they're changing the way they view us. So that means we need to change the way that we think about it. We even allocate capital within our own companies. Are we applying carbon tax? Are we acknowledging and underwriting in our acquisition activity sustainability related topics for assets or businesses that we purchase, so that we are conditioned and ready to present ourselves to the capital markets when they start allocating their capital according to these kind of metrics, and we're ready and we're ahead of the game, and that's what leadership means.
Great, thank you, Greg, and that definitely echoes some of the messages again that we heard at COP26 about private sector finance and the $130 trillion US dedicated by the G-Funds group around tackling the climate emergency. And getting in front of that is obviously something that's important for organizations. And that leads us very nicely to Daniel as a treasurer. Daniel, Etihad is considered a global leader in sustainable aviation financing. Can you share with us what you think the key success factors are for organizations who are looking to issue sustainable finance? And just kind of also on that topic, there are growing concerns around greenwashing, it's particularly around net zero public commitments. What steps can corporate issuers take to ensure that their transactions avoid any such criticism?
Hi, Susan, and thank you very much for great question, a great couple of questions, and maybe taking it one at a time. I think as a treasurer or potentially even as a CFO, you can't operate in a vacuum, and I think it's important that to have that sort of strategic alignment around sustainability, and that starts really potentially even at the national level or even the supranational level in terms of setting the direction. From an Etihad perspective, obviously we were one of the first airlines to be signatories to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, working with the UN. an industry perspective, working with IATA and with ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, a number of strategies have been developed around the pathway for the entire aviation industry to move towards net zero, looking at energy efficiency of the aircraft, the way in which we operate the aircraft, investing in decarbonisation technologies, biofuels, hydrogen, obviously sustainable aviation fuel being the key topic at the moment, and then of course, and this is really more of a bridge, the use of carbon offsets. We have something within our industry called CORSIA, which governs that and sets that up, and that's something that we've been very instrumental at Etihad. I think moving from the supranational level, then I think you're looking at the national level, and I guess I really just must pause there and say what a privilege and an honor it is to be a resident here in the UAE. A country that's moved from being traditionally a hydrocarbon focused economy to being a credible, genuine global thought leader around sustainability, and it's quite an achievement. And I think obviously the recent news around the successful bid for the hosting of COP28 again further demonstrates the almost unique and incredibly strong commitment that the United Arab Emirates has made towards sustainability. And for those of us in the corporates, or those of us working in the area, in the country, these sort of things give great momentum and give great support and really act as enablers to what we do. Moving down to the sort of corporate level, Etihad has been a champion of sustainability for many years. As I mentioned, an early signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals loan. We, of course, have our iconic Greenliner program, which does grab a lot of the headlines with our iconic 787 aircraft, which has been piloting a number of different technologies and different ways of operating the aircraft. We have, of course, made our net zero by 2050 pledges. We were one of the first to do so, and even more recently than that, we were the first airline to actually pledge to halve our emissions, our 2019 net emissions, by 2035, which I think is certainly quite ambitious. We've been busy in other areas. So we have a big focus on reducing single-use plastics on aeroplanes. For those of you who have had the pleasure of flying with us, you will have noticed this in terms of the service. We've really been focusing on pushing that down. Big push on conservation, working with the Worldwide Wildlife Fund to reduce animal trafficking and wildlife abuse of wildlife, and then a number of other demonstrating programs. We've worked with the Eco Demonstrator program in conjunction with Boeing, NASA, and others to really look at how we can use new technologies to reduce our emissions and take things forward. The ecosystem is not just about the corporates, not just about the nations. Of course, we need the broader ecosystem. In Abu Dhabi, we're incredibly fortunate to have such bodies, Abu Dhabi Global Markets, who have been very active in this space. We've done a lot of work with them. Masdar City, which has been around for a number of years, really ahead of its time in terms of championing sustainability. Working very closely with banks, financiers, we get support from our international banking partners, and working with second-party opinion providers, the people who really work with us in partnership to make sure that we have strong governance in place from the outset. And to your question, Susan, these guys are instrumental in ensuring that we avoid any accusations of greenwashing and that we really uphold the highest standards. You need a community to make these things happen, and I think again the UAE, we're very blessed. We have a number of corporates here, Eldar, and of course here in Abu Dhabi, our friends DP World, Majid Al Futtaim in Dubai, who've also been front and center of the introduction and the ramp up of sustainable finance. So it's really a mixture. It's really a number of different things, number of different parties coming together. Your point around the greenwashing, like I said, governance is key. Having second party opinion providers, having fully auditable commitments. We've had a number of different transactions. I won't go through all of them, though they're mostly in the public domain. The most recent of which was the first ESG sustainability linked loan in global aviation. It's a $1.2 billion transaction, which focused on KPIs in all of the areas, in environmental, focusing on our emissions, our targets to reduce our emissions by around 20% by 2025. our work in gender diversification and female empowerment through a centre that we've developed in Al Ain that employs over 300 Emirati females in meaningful and productive work. And then finally, in terms of the governance we've put in place, we have something called our integrity score scheme, which really works across the whole company to ensure the highest qualities of integrity are upheld. What underpins all of these, obviously, in terms of avoiding that any accusation of greenwashing, working with the leading financial institutions, working with second-party opinion providers, having this fully auditable, full public disclosure. We publish all of our frameworks on our websites. We publish all of our second-party opinions on our website. And I think that sort of transparency and ensuring that you're working with the best partners is hopefully a meaningful pathway to ensure that you avoid any accusations of greenwashing.
Great, thank you very much, Daniel. And that's a really clear indication of a kind of multi-stakeholder and how you work both internally, collaborate internally and externally to ensure that we have successful sustainability frameworks and strategies. And to everyone listening here, I'm sure this seems like quite a difficult challenge and a big mountain to climb. Each of these organizations have talked about some of the great work that they're doing and where they are in that journey. So I'd like to pose a question to each of the panel, same question to each of the panel members today. Just if you can think from your own perspective, what do you see as a starting point for an organization in order to be successful in their climate change transition? And kind of echoing some of the messages we heard in the earlier session and also throughout COP is, how do we shift from commitment to action? Where do you start? And Capucine, I might come to you first on that question.
Thank you, Suzanne. So definitely we see with our partners that to begin this sustainability journey could be quite challenging, and they could be a little lost because we see a lot of terms: carbon negative, net zero emission, carbon neutrality, positive carbon. There is also different initiative framework to disclose this emission. So it could be a little challenging at the beginning. So the starting point for us will be the data collection. So to gather the information, this information will allow the organization to calculate their emissions. So where are your emissions? This is really the starting point to define what is the scope 1, the scope 2, and the scope 3. And based on that, we have the capacity to decline the strategy and to build a solid carbon roadmap. So when we are talking about data gathering, it's linked to digitalization, how to proceed to have something accurate and automated. So basically, yes, I will think that the starting point will be linked to the data and how to digitalize as much as possible.
Great, thank you, Capucine. And I might just ask Greg next, just following on from Capucine's point, what do you think is a starting point for any organization or the key lesson that you can share?
Well, look, for a company, as I said earlier, like ours, who we're in real estate, and so carbon is our big material topic, and from a sustainability perspective, when we canvass our stakeholders, our customers, our shareholders, our lenders, and you're in the real estate business, the topic of carbon comes up. So your first reaction is this is fundamental to what we do. So we need to change what we do. And in order to do that, you have to start from the top. You have to get the board focused on this topic. You have to get the management suite focused on this topic. And then each of the component parts under the managers, the C-suite, need to start to lean in their various ways, because invariably, as I said, you will change the way that you do things. It's not, okay, well, let's launch 100 villas on Saadiyat Island and we'll make these ones net zero. You do that tomorrow. It's like, no, especially in a market like ours, when you start to study what's actually involved, the details, the sequence of events, the conditionality around a number of the dependencies that exist in order to get your supply chain in order, so you can actually start to chip away and start to iteratively improve and in terms of the emissions of the products that you invent. That takes time. It's really very much moving a Titanic as opposed to in snapping your fingers and just browbeating people into doing and behaving in slightly different ways. Scope 1 is easy. That's the stuff that's right on top of what you do, the way you do your business. And it's important that you focus on that because it inconveniences people a lot. So they change the little things they do, and it conditions them then to start taking seriously the topic of changing the way that they design product and the way that they fundamentally do their functions that contribute to the products and services that the companies create. So there's really this top-down alignment that's needed. If your board's not behind it, if they don't really understand it, then 2 years later, when you come to them and say, okay, here's a new business model for us, or here's an acquisition we're going to make that's really solely justified to improve our capabilities in delivering products and services, they won't support, because if they're not getting it up front, they're not going to be there for the portfolio of dozens and dozens of follow-on decisions that the management team will start to bring to the board based on the direction and travel that they're going down. And that's true then of the C-suite, and then what they get their teams and departments to do, and the subsidiaries where you sit on the boards and govern what your subsidiaries do for you. That alignment really needs to be there.
Great, thank you very much, Greg. Jeannie, I might come to you. You've been on this journey for quite a long time in CLP, and you talked a little bit about that kind of dynamic changes and to the strategy as you learn each year. Can you give us or some of the audience what you see as a starting point for an organization and what you think helps success in their climate change transition?
Sure. I mean, I think there's just a million ways to start. So since, Greg has already tackled, I like to talk about all the data and getting all the systems and processes in place, like getting the CEO and the CFO and the COO to sign off on all the non-financial data, for example. I mean, all those are good examples. But I think maybe I'll try to also suggest something a little bit different also, which is benchmarking within your sector. So first of all, look around the world for your sector. What is best practice? What is everyone else doing? Looking to the CDP and looking at some of these surveys and questionnaires. How are the best in class in your sector? How are they? What are they doing? And I think when you kind of look at that and then you think about, okay, so as a company, do I want to be a leader and I want to go even further out than anybody else? Or, do I want to be middle of the pack? I think it gives you a little bit of perspective, maybe even how far or how fast you want to advance.
Great, thank you, Jeannie. And finally, I might just come to Daniel on what you think or what advice you would give as a starting point to an organization who's looking at this seemingly insurmountable challenge.
Yeah, look, thanks, Susan. Look, I won't repeat what the other panelists have said and agree, I think, with everything that's been put out there. I guess maybe I'll answer the second point, maybe with my treasury hat on, from a treasurer's perspective. And what we found's been really quite useful is that. Or has been very, very helpful and very impactful, is the linking of some of these targets that we have, our own internal KPIs around sustainability, and through the apparatus or the machinery of a financing instrument, a loan, a sukuk, or Islamic bond. We've been able to attach a monetary penalty or incentive to some of those KPIs, and so what that does is it really does take something that might be on a deck or on a PowerPoint slide, and that everybody has good thoughts and is very supportive of, and that's all well and good. But I think what has been seen is that as soon as you put a number against this, as soon as there is a clear, tangible financial impact, that really does change the behaviors of all the people, right from the C-suite down and all the way down to everybody involved in the organization. And look, I think we will quickly move beyond this phase, and I think the inclusion of sustainability KPIs as will become de facto for credit rating agencies, for lending, for all sorts of financial interactions. For example, we're engaging with our suppliers now, offering terms linked to their own performance. So we're going to see more and more of this, and I think it will become the norm. But certainly in this sort of transition period that we're in, it's been very helpful. We've found to, and certainly interesting as a treasurer to be able to play a role in putting some financial impact around some of these KPI targets that corporates such as ours do have.
Great, thank you, Daniel. And yet, definitely a very global conversation, that aspect of remuneration and how you set those KPIs internally and link that monetary reward as such to those KPIs. Just on that particular topic, is that something that other organizations on the panel have done or are looking to do? Or what are their views on that aspect of remuneration and how you can get the balance right in terms of the E, the S and the G? I might come to Greg on that one, if that's okay.
Sure, yeah, I mean, look, Daniel's spot on. I mean, like, you want, from the capital side of things, you want the score sheet, for want of a better term, that all your shareholders are using, and the KPIs that feed those score sheets, and the score sheets from all your creditors, and the way that they're scoring the companies to assess how risky you are from a sustainability perspective, to feed right through to the employees that actually drive them. Because capital will be the ultimate decider in the private sector about who wins, who loses, who struggles, who flourishes, from a sustainability and in particular, a carbon perspective. And that will come. I mean, now that standardization measures are starting to be agreed, IASSB coming out of COP, you've got the GFANS group signing up, things are really going to start to move once the world of capital starts to align on this. And then in particular, remuneration. I mean, if your CEO is not bonused on progress on sustainability, you ain't going to move. You're not bonusing your managers, your C-suite executives, and your executive directors to actually make progress on these things. You're not really moving all the levers you need to get the human behaviors aligned in your company.
Yeah, agreed. I think that does link back to Capucine's earlier point around data. So obviously the scorecards and the remuneration and also your external reporting are all very reliant on data and accurate metrics, as scientific as they can be. Jeannie, I'd like to come to you to just talk a little bit about how CLP have tackled that challenge, of gathering that data, of reviewing it and making sure that you're comfortable with putting it out there into the public domain.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, one of the real tipping points for really increasing the scrutiny from our management on the sustainability or ESG or non-financial data was when we signed on to doing the integrated reporting. It said that senior management had to sign off on that data. So I think that already signaled a change, and therefore every time the assurance report got to a point where we were doing the auditing and all those numbers needed to be signed off by C-suite, at least that was the beginning of how everybody was paying more attention to it. Building in the data systems and processes, I have to admit, I think as a person, I am a very pedantic scientist, and I always believe in one person puts in the data, someone else has to check. It can never just be one person just putting it out. And so the fact that we worked also with our sort of internal control team to kind of design the data management process to ensure that there are both internal controls and external controls to make sure that the data is robust was part of it, as soon as, of course, the board and the management felt they're responsible. I have to say, though, as I mentioned earlier, in Asia, part of the stepping up also was to do with the increasing pressure from the regulators. So the stock exchange was saying, well, look, you're going to have to start to do this ESG reporting. And I think when that happens, again, everybody will start to pay more attention and actually put in the money for investment. And that was very important. I think if the CFO is also involved with understanding that the numbers need to be correct, he or she will say, okay, let's invest in making sure these numbers are correct enough, right? That this is not going to be a bad outcome, let's say. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and comes right back to that idea of the CFO playing that vital role and being an enabler across your sustainability strategy, and indeed the strategy of your organization, how that's embedded. And that brings us back to, I think both Jeannie and Greg and everyone on the panel has talked about that, like board engagement and how you get the C-suite engaged, understanding and working together. And Capucine, I might come to you just to talk about how do you think this has, how do you think the attitude of the board in your organization has evolved? And, if you are working in an organization where the board doesn't seem to have the right engagement, what do you think was the key to changing that for Schneider Electric?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are quite lucky within Schneider, considering our CEO is really involved. So basically, in terms of leadership, it's definitely something who came from the top management, and now it's everywhere. Each division already we have set target for all the division, all the business unit. It's even part of the remuneration of some of the employees. So definitely sustainability, the big world of sustainability, it's on the pure DNA of Schneider. So of course, in order to be successful on this strategy, on this climate change, which is a long-term strategy because we are fixing target until 2050, we need to have a strong leadership, and it must come from the top level, definitely. And we see that, and we have seen that from decades, because now we are around this organization, on my business division linked to climate change. We are doing that for decades. And in 10 years, I can tell you that sustainability was not really the priority inside the organization. And when sustainability division was on the organization, they were never talking to the procurement guys. They were never talking to the energy efficiency business unit. So basically, you need to put everybody on the table, because when you address climate change, you need to address different sectors. So it will be clearly the finance, it will be the industrial people. So you need to involve the site, because it will be the energy efficiency part to decrease the consumption. So there is a lot of people to be involved, and with a strong leadership, it's really difficult to reach this target by 2050 and to set the strategy.
Great, thank you, Capucine. And Daniel, I might just come to you on the point around benchmarking within the sector, and that comparability between organizations. We can hear from investors that that's something that they very much struggle with. It would be great to hear a little bit around those investor conversations that you have around comparison with other organizations in your sector, and what the expectation is of Etihad.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an interesting question, Susan. It's something we were on the road last year with a transaction which was the first transition financing in aviation, and that again focused on our emission reductions, and it was the first time that any such thing had been taken out to the market. And we had a number of, we had quite strong investor engagement, particularly with some of the green funds out of Europe, based out of Paris and London, and very interesting conversations. And I think that what was clearly missing, that at the moment, or certainly I'm going back 12, 14 months ago, there wasn't a clear sort of taxonomy. There wasn't a clear measuring stick, if you will, for how to compare different players within the industry. Now, that's not the same everywhere. There are some, clearly power generation, for example, being one where those sort of benchmarks are clearly understood. But obviously in our sector, which hasn't been a traditionally green first mover, and really more of a sector that's very clearly in transition, this was more of a challenge. So I think this is something in terms of, you know, objective, consistent global benchmarking on a sector basis. It's something that's probably going to come and evolve over time. And obviously, as you know, a key mover in the area, we're keen to be part of that conversation. That's something we're engaging with, obviously, our industry bodies to work on that. So I think in the absence of that, what we've had to do is demonstrate through our own facts and figures, through our own you know, measurable investments that we've made in our fleet, in our assets, and modelled out the impacts that will have on our fleet and our emissions, our per passenger, per ton kilometre sort of metrics, and tell a story around that. So I think, you know, in short, metrics, that the benchmarking, it's not really there today, but we're really, but you know, very much looking forward to seeing it and want to be part of that, working with other people in our industry to develop that.
Great, thank you, Daniel. And just kind of reflecting on the four different areas even, that the panelists have highlighted as that kind of first step that businesses need to take around data, that board engagement, looking at benchmarking and incentivizing internally. I might come to you, Greg, as the CFO hat on. Just what do you think, and this is a little bit of a selfish question for me, what do you think the skills that are needed for that kind of accountant for the future, especially when they're faced with these particular challenges and then the oncoming, as we can hear, reporting requirements from investors and other key stakeholders?
Well, look, I mean, I hope that this particular topic goes the route of the, you know, accounting, the, you know, IFRS, IAS language. Every investor on the planet can look at a home builder, can look at a widget maker, can look at an airline, and read across and understand the economic production that these entities come out with. And in that sense, you need meticulous, careful people that report to standards and that bring a professional standard to what they do. I hope that the sustainability world goes the same direction. The rating agencies, who play a critical role in for public companies like we are, explaining and trying to showcase and make different issuers, you know, comparable to shareholders. Frankly, there's a lot of friction in that system right now. And I wish that sort of went more the route of the credit rating world, where borrowers or issuers pay a middle person to spend time with the management team, understand what they do, and write a consistent report across a unified number of KPIs that investors can read across and can rely on and can confidently make decisions between good performers and bad actors and allocate capital accordingly. And the people that make that kind of system work, again, are, you know, I looked at the organizations of finance that create financial statements. I looked at the organizations of investor relations and treasury teams, and they manage those relationships with the rating agencies and the banks. And I hope that those behaviors and skills will become directly applicable to rating, to the sustainability world as well, with more standardization in how we describe ourselves and compare to one another.
Great, thank you very much, Greg. And I'm going to wrap up with one final question that I'd like to ask each of the panel members. And this is a question that we've been asking across the forum this week. What is a single action the panel members think will deliver the biggest progress in the Gulf region? So I'm going to ask Capucine. I see everyone's looking nervously at this question. I might ask Capucine to answer first.
Thank you, Suzanne. Great question, challenging question, honestly. So the first things to help, I will say the region, the area will be definitely linked to the regulation. A framework, some policies, regulation will be very helpful for the organization to have the framework and to see exactly where to go based on regulation, deregulation. As I said at the beginning, to promote the renewables, we need perhaps more flexibility also, and it will be linked to this change of the regulation.
Great. Thank you very much, Capucine. Jeannie, I'd like to come to you first. What do you think the single action will be to deliver the biggest progress in the Gulf region?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not last. Oh. Yeah, I know it gets harder for everybody else, but I mean, I just wanted to draw on maybe the energy dimension from a climate change perspective. Really reducing carbon intensity of the supply is key. And, you know, I'm really encouraged to see that. I think the UAE already has a national energy strategy of including renewables and nuclear up to 50% installed power capacity by 2050. So, you know, and reducing energy demand by 40% at the same time. So I really think if these targets really are going to be materialized, that makes a big difference. And of course, maybe speeding it up a bit would be better. Of course, everybody wants to go faster. So, you know, UAE obviously has the financing. Usually that's really the biggest challenge. And I think UAE has that opportunity really to fast track this decarbonizing of their supply and really rethinking their business model in terms of, yes, you know, oil is not going to be used for combustion, but it could be used for other you know, other production of other products, for example, or services. So, you know, how could that work for them?
Great, thank you, Jeannie. And just to build on that, Greg, maybe I can come to you to talk about what you think the single action that's needed to deliver the biggest progress in the Gulf region.
Well, other than the power sector, so Jeannie is definitely spot on that one. But I think in our region, you know, government's everything. They're super important, but you're not going to get your goals without getting the private sector across all the various industries properly incentivized. And I think that's an important role. Like, so a lot of leaders are going to self-police that for the selfish reason that there's a belief that capital will start to allocate accordingly, and private sector actors want to make sure that they're most attractive to the broadest groups of capital. So there's an incentive there, and that'll do its way. But you know, there's a broader group: SMEs, family-owned businesses. There's a role for government to create the incentives within each industry makeup to incentivize right behavior, incentivize right investment, appropriate for those sectors to drive their correct behaviors to really move the needle. The private sector is too big and growing to not proactively address.
Great, thank you very much, Greg. And Daniel, following on from those three answers, just like to get your thoughts on what would deliver the biggest progress in the Gulf region.
Yeah, look. Thanks, Susan. I guess someone had to go last, right? But look, I think the reality is, and I don't want to appear to sort of critique the question, but the issue of climate change is a result of an innumerous amount of decisions made over centuries, more than a century of industrial development, right? Of increasing complexity of globalization, of a whole raft of things. And I think that the concept that we can have a sort of a magic wand and we can make this all disappear and reverse is probably not the right way to look at it. And I think I think that the most important thing that can be done, I think, is to continue on the trajectory that's been set, particularly here by the government of Abu Dhabi, all the fine work we've talked about. And I think to echo Greg's comments, the role that government plays here is critical and really to set the tone. So I think we need to keep on the same trajectory, keep up the pressure. But I think it's important. And again, I'm speaking now as a group of individuals, both on the panel and listening there, we all have a role to play. It's not about government telling us what to do, or Etihad telling us what to do, or the banks telling us what to do. It's about the changes that we can all make as well, and collectively we move together. And this is a problem for all of us, not just for any one person or one institution. So I think it's collective responsibility and moving forward together.
Great. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to finish up on one final question. Yeah, I keep saying that. A question that's just come through. It's just around kind of linking back to what you talked about a little bit earlier, Daniel, which was on investor investor and public confidence in organizations' net zero commitments. So if you don't mind, Jeannie, it would be great to just, if you could give us just what you think might be the key for organizations to overcome that challenge of public perception on commitments. And these, we've heard a lot of commitments, especially over COP, and we need the public and the private sectors to work together on these. So how do we instill that confidence that those commitments will be translated into action?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it really is about the company realizing there is almost like a camera on their shoulder, and whatever they say, are they really doing it? That's really going to be very, very transparent. Today's social media points to light anything very quickly, and even this, Susan, you highlighting the fact that everyone's already very, very kind of wary of the outcome of COP26. Shows you that it's now no longer easy to pull the wool over people's eyes. And so at the end of the day, it means that companies need to get their data right. They need to be serious about these targets. They can set aspirational targets, which they have no idea how they're going to meet, but they just need to be very honest and bring their stakeholders along the journey of them trying hard. They may fail at certain times, they may succeed at certain times, but explain all the drivers that are culminating in the result of their performance and being honest. Just don't ever lie about anything, because you will be found out.
Great, thank you very much, Jeannie. And Capucine, if you don't mind, I'd like to pose the same question to you. How do you think we can instill this public confidence?
Do you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Susan. So basically, there is different frameworks that could be used. So it will be helpful for general comprehension about sustainability, climate change, and as Jenny just said, when a company are starting this kind of big journeys, they must be first. They must be involved. This is very important, and thanks to the kind of program like Science-Based Target, for example, they will have some review on an annual basis. So it's really helpful just to keep the cap and to fix the good target linked to Paris Agreement, to 1.5 degrees or well below 2 degrees. So there is this kind of framework really helpful to avoid green bashing and to be online with what we need to do. And we still have time, but we need to do that right now.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of our panelists. Thank you for your time today, Capucine, Jeannie, Greg, and Daniel. We really appreciate your insights and the learning that you've shared with everyone today around your journey in tackling this climate emergency. And thank you for your thoughts on where to get started. And I'd like to thank ADSG for hosting this particular event. And please go to the ADSG website to download our Sustainability Engagement in the Gulf report, where you can read more examples of where organizations are taking action. I hope you've enjoyed all of today's sessions. Please join us tomorrow for day 2, excuse me, of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Leadership Forum 2021. Thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you, Susan.
We are very pleased to announce that attendees engaging on the chat thread for Plenary Session 2 will be entered into an exclusive prize draw to win an airline ticket to a destination of their choice, courtesy of our generous official airline carrier, Etihad Airways. The winner will be announced by the moderator at the end of this session.